Start off your afternoons with Ashton and Selo as they calm your nerves and shine a light into your life. This is the afternoon show with Ashton and Selo.
Thanks for tuning in to the afternoon show, recorded live Thursdays at 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Bring Me to Life Radio. Today, learn about one of the most futuristic philosophers of our time as we honor the life and death of Jacque Fresco, a self-described social engineer who coined the term resource-based economy. All that, plus some uplifting prank calls coming up after this song. This is My Friend by Mitch Haney. That was My Friend by Mitch Haney. Thanks for tuning in here to the afternoon show. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm sure that you guys are really going to enjoy what's coming up here. Now let's get to today's topic. Ashton, are you with us?
I am here and alive.
Excellent. Thanks for being here, Ashton. I appreciate it.
Honored to be on the show, honored to share some space with everyone that's tuning in, and grateful for this whole thing.
Excellent. So before we begin our discussion, I wanted to give people a background, a little bit of background into who Jacque Fresco was. He was born March 13th, 1916, and he passed away just about a week ago on May 18th. So he was over 101 years old when he passed away. He was an American futurist and a self-described social engineer. He was self-taught and worked in a variety of positions related to industrial design. Mr. Fresco wrote and lectured his views on sustainable cities, energy efficiency, natural resource management, cybernetic technology, automation, and the role of science in society. He also directed the Venus Project, a documentary film about his ideals and his inventions that could transform our world as we know it. He advocated global implementation of a socio-economic system, which he referred to as a resource-based economy. So that's a little bit about his background and who he was. I think his most well-known film, or people would recognize him mostly from the Venus Project. So I wanted to play a clip of that real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and play that.
If you want to put an end to war and most problems, depression, unemployment, what you eventually must do, you got to bring the whole world together as one nation. And you have to declare all the Earth's resources as the common heritage of all the world's people. If you don't do that, you'll have the same problems over and over again. War, depression, etc. We don't go to other countries to bring democracy. We go to take their oil or whatever we can get. Do you understand that? There never was a democracy in this country. As long as there's poor people that can't feed their kids, as long as you have religion on the air Saturday and Sunday, unless you had all religions and non-religion on the air, that's a democracy. We have all points of view, but if you got broadcasting and our president criticized another country, I would say in a true democracy, our president might criticize another country, then we would invite the prime minister of that country to give his point of view. Then we invite the prime minister of Sweden. He said, they're both full of shit. This is how I see it. That's a democracy. But when you got one point of view, watch out. Whenever you hear democracy and freedom, watch out. It means you're losing it. The nearest thing to democracy is the internet, where you can say what you want so far. There's a lot of people who would like to take the internet and control it. If they ever do that, you're dead.
So that was a clip from the Venus Project of Jacque Fresco talking about. And Ashton, I know that you've seen this movie, and I know that you know a whole lot about this person. So what do you think about Jacque Fresco?
That was a great clip. I mean, Jacque is definitely one of my all-time heroes. The in-depth, really how well thought out he has really planned the Venus Project, and the holistic nature of his ideas, all-encompassing ideas that would serve all of society, like he says, not just a select few. Today's world, we have the 1% that are, they're living the best life ever. The money system, capitalism has enabled people to raise themselves to, huge, expansive lives, but, it's left a lot of humanity in the dust. And I just love that his ideas are including everyone, I've never seen another, socioeconomic system that really embraces the lowest rungs of society, when he says, there should be no homeless people, and we don't even have a democracy at all. You know, it's like, it's eye-opening, and yeah, it's beautiful. I think we definitely lost a great man, and to carry on his ideas is definitely like really important.
For sure. And in the Venus Project movie, it shows a lot of his inventions that he had, and it just, everything that he created was so much more efficient than what we have today. But I like the fact that he not only drew up these inventions, but he also talked about society and what we could do to better our society. So it wasn't just, technology. It was technology, it was the economy, it was social justice. So he encompassed a lot of that. So like you said, he's a big role model for this world, and it's a sad passing, but he was 101 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, he was up there, and it's just, what he accomplished in his lifetime. Not many humans ever have like set up a whole system for humanity. That's pretty wild. And when he, like you said, he's not just little tiny trinkets and inventions and like photovoltaic like roofing and housing and like very like scientific minded stuff. He like talks about bridging the differences between countries, having multiple point of views from everyone, seeing the like downfalls of what our, how our minds led to this whole situation. And it's pretty beautiful. It's not just scientific, it's pretty artistic as well.
So what do you think his death means for the world and for what he created with the Venus Project and all the technology that he developed?
We're at an interesting point, with Trump as president, and a lot of people just waking up to the fact that the governments aren't fully, supporting the population, and we have dictators across the globe, and like Jacque said in that quote, like most of the wars and stuff going on, it's just a battle over resources. And so his plan is to essentially apply the scientific method to the way we use our resources to create this like dynamic equilibrium, he calls it, where you're not, say, like a tree takes 30 years to grow and a hemp plant takes 3 months to grow, and the efficiency of having to grow a field of trees to get the same amount of, like fiber and hemp pulp and all, the tree pulp or whatever, that efficiency is, completely skewed in today's world with the profit-based system where value is based on scarcity. And so, things like oil, trees, things that are really scarce are the most profitable. And so that's like what runs the game. And, people can hate on all the oil companies as much as they want, but our overall system pretty much calls for it. So.
Definitely. So to you, we talked a little bit about resource-based economy, but we haven't really gotten into it. What is, in your mind, what is a resource-based economy?
A resource-based economy is essentially removing the middleman, which is money, between us and resources, where the main idea is declaring that all the resources on Earth are the common heritage of everyone, which is pretty much like a communist socialist idea of like public land. All the land, all the resources are available to everyone, and capitalism is essentially like private land ownership, which totally makes sense in a world that's like we're like just realizing that we're like just reaching that global society point where with the internet we're all connected and we can like see all the way around the globe, and we all see that not like everyone's the same. And the resource-based economy really kind of, like I said, brings that scientific method and efficiency to how we use resources. And he suggests using computers to like survey the whole planet to see what we have, see what we don't have and pretty much just be the most efficient in managing our resources possible. And, like most fruits and stuff have seeds in them of 20, apple has like 10, 20 seeds in it. And if you like do the math, if every apple has that and we maximize the efficiency of the food industry, then, it's a little bit of math, you could see that there doesn't need to be anyone going hungry at all, because we have just, Earth is blessed with the most amazing resources in the world, where Jacque Fresco says, like, maybe you couldn't do a resource-based economy on Mars because there's no good resources, but on Earth we're blessed with amazing, like, miraculous resources that multiply, like, in compounding ways. So if you had, like, every human had their own food forest, you wouldn't really need to fight over food.
Definitely. So I think we have maybe one more question, and then we'll get to the song spotlight segment here on the afternoon show. So we're talking about He talks a lot about automation and how a lot of us humans, we do really boring, mindless things because for some reason, I guess we feel like we need to have a job in order to be happy, or people are scared that if this automation comes in, they're going to start losing their jobs. So how would you comfort people who won't be able to do those robot jobs anymore? What are they going to be doing instead?
The main trade-off, then, it'd have to have that transition team and have, a lot of people involved, making sure people's, incomes at first were like stabilized. The main thing is, the way I think of it is, when you buy something at a store, for example, like a table, you'll get the table, you bring it home, and then you might have that table for like 100 years. You could pass it down to your kids could pass it down to their kids, but you don't have to like re-buy that table again. So when we think of like a nationwide like free energy or something, or free transportation, and all those people lose their jobs, you'd have to pay for way less in a resource-based economy because your housing, your food, your transportation's already taken care of, and that's what most people are paying for and working paycheck to paycheck just to live. And most people are like, oh, I'm going to go treat myself and like eat. But if you can wrap your mind around that, we'll own, like that bigger table that'll last us. It's like our resource that we're using today, it's kind of based in planned obsolescence, where things are built to fall apart. Everything has to be renewed and like paid for and bought for again, so the companies can stay in profit. Because it's like, if the computer lasts for 100 years, then the company's going to crash in 10 years because everyone has one. They don't need one now. So it kind of also like completely removes the excess of resources from the world. And the main thing with the job transition would have to be like a lot of communication and people realizing that all of a sudden they wouldn't have to pay for a lot of the things that they're paying for.
Right. And also, a lot of people complain that they don't have time to do the things that they love, but once, if we did switch to a resource-based economy, a lot more people would be able to focus on their crafts or their hobbies, like painting or music or whatever. So I think we would be a much more happy planet if we were able to make that switch. Sweet. Well,
yeah, I totally agree.
Definitely. So thank you, Jacque Fresco, for all that you did, and we hope that your ideals and your philosophies, your inventions continue to progress and shift the consciousness and the paradigm of this planet.
Me too.
So, coming up next, we have now the song spotlight. So I'll let you go ahead and take over, Ashton.
We are honored to play a Stratosphere song called Follow Your Heart today. This is the title track of his album, Follow Your Heart, and the reason I want to play this one because it's such a beautiful, heart-opening track, but it's also just that message of, follow your heart. You don't have to hear so much of what everyone else is doing, kind of like Jacque Fresco. Like, he followed his heart, and for the last 40 or 60 years, everyone's, not really agreed with him, but here, me and Selo are as, some 20-year-olds who weren't born until, he was 80 years old or whatever, now fully getting his ideas. So follow your heart, even if other people aren't telling you to.
That was Follow Your Heart by Stratosphere. Hope you guys enjoyed that song. And like Ashton said, follow your heart and check out the Venus Project. Did you have something else you wanted to say before we get into the prank calls, Ashton?
Yeah, I really want to tell people to make sure to check out the Venus Project. Go to the website, check out the documentaries. There's Future by Design, Paradise or Oblivion, the Zeitgeist films, and try to find ways maybe we can get things started on a local level. Feel free to reach out to us, and maybe even some of the smaller ideas that Jacque has, we can start applying. And over the next few weeks, I'm going to be traveling down to hang out with Selo in person. We're going to be at Mad Tea Party Jam, which is June 16th weekend, the next festival coming up for us. And we're going to be doing workshops. We're going to have a Star Trek panel discussion. I'm going to be playing music. Papadosio is going to be playing 3 hour-and-a-half long sets. It's going to be so amazing.
Definitely. It's going to be one of the best festivals of the year by far, and not saying that because I'm going to be part of it, but just because that's the truth of it. There's a lot of great people, great music, great nature around us, just a great overall festival. So definitely anybody interested in that, check it out. Called the Mad Tea Party Jam. Sweet. So I think if you're ready, Ashton, I'm ready to do some uplifting prank calls.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and get this started. This is the segment Uplifting Prank Calls.
Uplifting prank calls.
Hello.
Hi there. This may be random, but I just wanted to call and say that every day may not be good, but there is good in something good in every day.
I agree.
Excellent. Well, I just wanted to call and say something uplifting and hope that you have a wonderful day.
Great. Thank you so much. You too.
Thank you. Uplifting prank call finished.
Hello?
Hello. I just wanted to call you and let you know that if you love yourself first, everything else will fall into line. And that's all you really have to do. You just keep on loving yourself and you can do anything. I mean, a man can't be comfortable without his own approval. So I just wanted to call and tell you that I love you and you can do anything.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He hung up. That was hilarious.
Uplifting prank calls.
So there you have it. That was the uplifting prank call segment. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
I think the callers enjoyed it. So funny. Their response is always like, "Oh, you're not trying to sell me something?
You're just trying to give me love? What's going on here?"
They're probably like, man, looking up the number on Google, what? Oh, I love it.
Me too. So thanks everybody for tuning in here to the afternoon show. It's been great to have you guys, and just really honored to be here doing this. If you want us to send in uplifting prank call to one of your friends, private message us their number. You can do that on Facebook at Project Bring Me to Life or projectbringmetolife@gmail.com. Or if you know us personally on Facebook, then you can send us a number and let us know that you would like to, that you'd like us to prank call them. So any final words, Ashton, before we hit the road?
I just want to tell everyone out there that stick with it, keep following your dreams, love everyone around you, spread kindness, and just keep doing the best you can, and the best you're doing is good enough, and you're good enough, and I'm honored to be on here with Selo and on the morning show or the afternoon show. And just really thankful. Hope everyone has a great day.
Excellent. Well, we're going to end the show with one of Ashton's songs called Dragon Temple on Sirius B. Is there anything you want to say about the song before we end the show with it?
This song will be on my upcoming EP when it drops sometime this summer. It's going to be, I think, actually the first track, and I'm really excited about it. It's like multi-genre, kind of hybrid style for me, some new styles for me, so hope you enjoy it.
It says we are part of an artificial revolution. We are here to do something. If we are true to that purpose, without move humanity towards the world you saw.
You and many other star people, now incarnated on Earth, are spreading the seeds of evolutionary cosmic possibilities, of which not even us know the exact outcome. The process requires a consciousness with a heart and brain that is far beyond even ours.
That was Dragon Temple on Series B by Spaceship Earth. Coming up next, we have Through the Eyes of the Angels. And Sarah Hall is going to be talking about Everyone is Psychic. It's going to be the last time that we are playing this episode. And starting in June, we're going to do the Through the Eyes of the Angels a little bit differently. We're only going to play a full episode during the live broadcast. And then after that, the only way that you're going to be able to find it is through the podcast, Through the Eyes of the Angels on iTunes, Spreaker, Stitcher, YouTube. All you got to do is just Google it and you'll find it. So we just want to keep the content here fresh on Bring Me to Life Radio. In between Through the Eyes of the Angels, we will be premiering a brand new song by Machine 475 called The Sun Will Shine. It's a very upbeat song, and we'll have the main man behind it live in about 20 minutes. We'll also have Papadosio Music Hour, Variety Music Hour, and a talk by Tara Brach on the space of presence. We got a ton more awesome content coming your way, so stay tuned. And now enjoy Through the Eyes of the Angels.
Each and every one of us has an unlimited inner wellspring of spiritual power. You have the ability to transform, create, and heal anything upon which you set your heart and mind. Join me, Sarah Hall, as we learn how to uplift all aspects of your life through spiritual empowerment. Enjoy weekly guided meditations, spiritual discussions on a multitude of topics, and a chance to call in to receive channeled messages from the angels on your spiritual journey. I'm Sarah Hall, and this is Through the Eyes of the Angels. Hi, everyone. I'm so grateful to be connecting with you live today on the radio here on the Project Bring Me to Life Network, where today's show is Everyone is Psychic. I'm so excited for this topic. So I personally have been a lifelong intuitive, aka psychic, and have been working very, very closely with the angels as a professional psychic healer and channel for about the past 10 years. And what I've learned during that time is that everyone truly has psychic abilities. And today we're going to talk about how you can begin to unlock yours. So very exciting. Now, later on in the show, you will also have the opportunity to call in to ask questions or receive an angel reading. The number to call is 240-979-4111. So go ahead and you can write that down for later. Again, the number is 240-979-4111. And know that even if you don't get through for a reading today, you can always schedule an angel reading with me through my website at www.seraphim.com. That's www.seraphim.com. And I'd also love for you to join me in the chat room for today's show. You can join the chat room by visiting www.projectbringmetolife.com/247-chatroom. So go ahead and join in there, and you can always submit some of your questions, comments, or thoughts throughout the discussion as well there. I'll be checking in there periodically to see if you guys have any questions you've posted. Isn't it great how many ways we have to connect today? I just love it. Project Bring Me to Life is such a great space for all of us to connect, and something that I'm really looking forward to is Project Bring Me to Life's second annual Crystal Chalice Awards, coming up on Saturday, September 3rd in Cumberland, Maryland, where we will be celebrating life and honoring people who have made some special contributions to the world through art, music, healing, and spirituality. I will be there, and I will also be nominated for Guide of the Year. It's so exciting and such an honor to be nominated. And if you'd like to celebrate at the Crystal Chalice Awards with myself and a beautiful gathering of creative, spiritually minded individuals, you can learn more about getting your tickets to the Crystal Chalice Awards on projectbringmetolife.com, where you can also vote for your favorite nominees in each of the award categories. Yay, vote for me. Voting ends at midnight tomorrow, so be sure to check that out. That'll be fun. All right, so let's dive in and talk about your
Just wanted to give you a heads up that this is a old episode, so what she just said about the Crystal Chalice Awards is a little outdated.
Is psychic. And that developing these gifts is incredibly enriching for your spiritual path and your relationship with God, our source. As I said, everyone is born with natural spiritual gifts and have psychic abilities. God made it natural and easy for us to be able to communicate with him, and our psychic gifts are an incredible part of our psyche that give us inherent abilities to discover understanding of ourselves and of others, of our source, and of the nature of reality. Sometimes when I hear people sort of respond to this idea that everyone is psychic, they might think, I don't think I've ever had any psychic or intuitive experiences. I'm not sure. Well, here's the thing. Most of us have experienced our intuition at work, but either it's working in a way that you've grown so accustomed to that you don't really identify it as such. It's working so subtly that you aren't necessarily noticing it. It's just really quiet. Or most commonly, you're not aware of it because you were taught not to believe in it. Belief and free will play perhaps the most important roles in what determine the reality of our experiences. So really, in choosing to open your mind to the belief in your psychic and spiritual gifts, you're opening the door to being able to use them. Now, one way I like to describe psychic awareness is extrasensory awareness. What that refers to are the senses that are beyond the 5 conventional senses that we associate with our body: touch, taste, smell, sight, hearing. Now, from a spiritual standpoint, we know that you are not the sum of your physical body. Your being is made up of a physical body, a mental body, an emotional body, and an etheric or spiritual energy body. The non-physical aspect of you is just as capable of sensing and picking up on information from your reality as your physical body is, and it is doing it all the time. We don't focus on that part of our sentience quite as much because, again, we largely believe, teach, and reaffirm to one another that reality is only what we can prove by interacting with something in our physical body. That's a belief system known as materialism, but it's one that fails to explain so much that exists in life. And really, it's a very limited notion of reality, as we know, because the 5 physical senses, the senses that we have, are also quite limited, and we know that. For example, there are tones that exist that the physical ear cannot hear, and colors that exist that the human eye cannot see. Yes, we've developed technologies that allow us to record and become aware of such things, but certainly our technology isn't omniscient. There's so much out there in existence, and we are not limited to the physical world in our means to exploring it and understanding it. So what is key in understanding how we pick up on things on a psychic or extrasensory level is the notion of collective consciousness. And you hear me talking about this one a lot. All living beings exist in a collective field of unified awareness. You can imagine this collectiveness by imagining all of us existing in the same great mind in which we are all sharing thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and experiences. And all of these things contribute to the reality we create and experience in the world. Each individual mind within this collective mind is an open and completely permeable flowing force that is contributing to the whole. We have the ability, therefore, within this collective field of awareness to sense the thoughts and feelings of people and other living things that are around us. And it does not stop just there. We're limited not only to the psychic information in our physical spatial surroundings or in our present timeline, but also things that exist outside of our current seeming space and time that we're experiencing right now. Just in the same way that in your own mind, you're not limited only to the thoughts of the present time and environment you're in. You also have the ability, of course, to access memories from other points in time, and maybe even to project your thoughts and imagination towards the future or towards ideas and information that sprawls far beyond things that you have just to do with your physical experiences right now. So the same is true with the psychic part of your consciousness. You have the ability to access psychic information from any point in time or space. The entire universe is like your subconscious mind, and you really can tap into any of it. It's just a matter of learning how, practicing, and then fostering that skill. One place that you can actually see the naturalness of our intuitive abilities is in observing children. Many children exhibit extrasensory awareness from a very early age. Perhaps you yourself were very intuitive when you were really young. Children pick up on people's feelings and intentions very, very easily and are unbridled in their instincts on whom they decide to trust or really like based on the intuitive information that those kids are picking up on from that person. There are also many instances in which children who have quote-unquote imaginary friends are actually communicating with their guardian angels or perhaps with a deceased loved one who is watching over them. When I was really little, for example, I used to fall asleep at night in my bed as I was looking up and watching these beautiful swirling rainbow lights that would just dance right above me. I could see them whether my physical eyes were open or whether they were closed. They'd just be there. And I used to call them in my mind the fireworks. And I just accepted that these lights were natural and normal because nobody ever taught me otherwise. Then once I was old enough to question, wait a minute, where does this come from? This can't be real. What's happening? Then I stopped seeing the lights. Once I started to doubt them or wonder about them, I stopped seeing them because part of me just in that moment chose not to. It wasn't really until my late teen or early adult years that my extrasensory abilities started to come back. And this is because I started to pursue them, seeking to know more about spirituality and to teach myself to regain the abilities that I had as a little kid. And as soon as I put the intention out there to use my psychic gifts again, they came back and I was able to develop them even further than before. And you can do the same thing. Most of us can grow and develop our gifts. So as my path progressed, I benefited from learning things that other psychics had channeled and written into books. And soon I was able to channel messages from the angels myself. And what I've learned from the angels in messages that they've given me repeatedly over time and in things that I've learned from other spiritual teachers just over and over again throughout the years is that now we're actually beginning to see that those extrasensory skills are more common and strongly seen and abundantly out there than before and than in recent times. This is because the human species, like every other living system on this planet, is ever evolving. We have evolved to a point in which the greatest part of our evolution is now occurring at the consciousness level. And it is speeding up with each and every generation born on this earth. And of course, we're experiencing evolution and growth right inside our own lifetime too, as well, without having to wait to pass on, to the next generation. Though certainly there's a beautiful growth with each generation still. More and more people are awakening to their psychic skills and seeking to understand more about them. The reason for this is that our evolution is taking us in the direction of realizing the oneness of our consciousness more profoundly than ever before. According to the angels, this evolution is occurring as gradually and naturally as a flower blooming. So if you sat and stared at a flower, you might not see it move all at once, but over time, almost unnoticeably, it naturally opens to the light until one day you look over and, oh, the flower has totally bloomed. A shift in human consciousness is gradually occurring right now. So it's such a wonderful time to be alive, such a wonderful time to be learning about our spirituality and really pushing the collective shift by learning about our own personal shift. Your individual role, in fact, in the world, it's actually quite important in this process of evolving and awakening because of something called sympathetic resonance. When you resonate, and all of us have a resonance, all of our energies and bodies, our presence has a resonance. So when you resonate or live within this higher state of awareness in which you sense and use your spiritual gifts, you're making it easier for others to do so as well. Like I said before, our consciousness is permeable and open. Awareness is something all of us collectively breathe in together, like sharing the same air we breathe in a room. As you hold space in your consciousness for love, for unity and spiritual understanding, others are able to access it too. This idea is similarly seen in studies that have been done in which very difficult, for example, math problems will be presented to different people around the world in different locations. The problem may seem unsolvable to everyone at first, until just one person arrives at the answer. Then, without sharing what the answer is, or even knowing that the answer has been solved, others just, boom, are quickly able to arrive at the answer. This study has actually been repeated many times, not only with human beings, but also with animals. It's like all we need is for one flower to bloom to potentially result in a mass flowering. Jesus, for example, was said to have been able to alter the energy of an entire village just with his presence being there. People naturally moved into a higher resonance of love, healing, gentleness, forgiveness, and so forth, just by being near him and being open to connecting with him. And we see the massive effect that just this one individual made in the world over 2,000 years ago and is still remembered today. So you can make a difference. People who are highly drawn to spiritual healing service in the world, to help and heal on this planet, are called light workers. And many individuals who gravitate towards fulfilling a spiritual purpose are also naturally very in tune with their intuitive and other extrasensory psychic abilities. Some of them were born maybe with a strong natural leaning towards these things, and others learned to allow these abilities to blossom over time and with intention or training. Just in the same way that some people seem to be born with maybe a natural leaning towards music and pick it up very, very easily, but others will train themselves to be good musicians. The natural talent and the trained musician are just as good and valuable. They just arrived into their musicianship perhaps in unique or different ways. Most light workers easily allow psychic experiences to come to them because their faith in God and their desire to be an instrument of love is so great. In other words, they have opened themselves to connecting with invisible forces because they believe in it, they trust in it. And you can too, because it's a choice. So in my experience, teaching these skills, doubt and lack of belief are often the only thing that keep a person from interacting with their natural intuitive abilities regularly. Doubt, fear, and ego cannot tear down spiritual gifts, though. It can confuse you. It can give you a sense of imposter syndrome, thoughts like, well, who am I to talk to the angels or to read another person's energy field or to receive a message from God and so forth. But who are you? You're a child of God. You are a manifestation of God, and it is your birthright to communicate with Spirit. So let go of doubt. One of the most powerful ways there is to unlock your spiritual gifts is to eliminate doubt and foster your faith. And A method I highly recommend for the releasing of doubts is using positive affirmations. Positive affirmations are empowering statements that we can repeat verbally or mentally, or we can write them down or meditate upon them in order to uplift our thoughts and alter any subconscious limiting beliefs that we may hold. You can use affirmations such as, I am profoundly psychic, to help with increasing your faith and your confidence in your abilities. When I create positive affirmations for myself, I often find that it's very empowering to begin my positive affirmations with the words, I am. And the reason for this is that the words I am are the words that refer to God. I am is the name of God. So anything that you place after the words I am really has an intimate power in the way that it will resonate in your emotions, in your psyche, and in your subconscious mind. I am. So I am profoundly psychic. I am spiritually connected. These words are really, really helpful. A really great time to use your positive affirmations to help program and open up your psychic abilities, I find, are right before you go to sleep. And the reason for this is because within the 5 to maybe even 30 or 20 minutes of time before you fall asleep, the thoughts that you are thinking then become what your psyche is marinating in for the next 8 or 9 hours while you are sleeping. So if you can think of thoughts that are very, very empowering, you will be programming your subconscious with that empowerment during your sleep time.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled program for a world premiere of an incredibly uplifting song remix. Here with us now is Daniel Hayes from Machine 475. Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here.
Definitely. So tell us about this song that we're going to premiere for everybody. You can talk a little bit about the original song and then about the remix.
Sure. Well, the original song, it's an old song from 2008 by Machine 475. It was always my favorite song. It's called The Sun Will Shine. Pardon me, I'm fighting a cold here. And it was originally thought up by Danielle Mera, who was our sitar player, keyboard player. And the sitar line that you hear towards the end of the song was how the song initially got started. And then it just grew into this, this really heavy, thumping, plodding, ethno-fusion kind of song, which is really, really, it's got really uplifting chorus to it. And it was always my favorite song. And then later on, when I discovered Eartha Harris' Living Light in, it's probably 2014 now, her music, her really dubby electronic stuff, that's my sweet spot for music. And I thought to myself, wow, it would be really something if I could get her to remix The Sun Will Shine, kind of a pipe dream. Mm-hmm. But then lo and behold, she had a Kickstarter campaign for Tales from the Carmen Line, her second album. And one of the rewards was, hey, I'll remix your track. So that is what I did, and that rings a bell. That is what I did, and that's how this all came to be. And Eartha has been nothing short of amazing in working tirelessly on this remix for quite some time and getting it perfect, and it's just something else. And I've played it for the band. The band all loves it, and Danielle's quote was, and she said, it's just a song, but a song can change the world. Mm-hmm. So I think she put it quite eloquently.
Mm-hmm, definitely. And, I got a chance to listen to it before bringing it here for today's broadcast, and it's just such an uplifting song. It's exactly what we're looking for here on Bring Me to Life Radio. It's so uplifting, and it talks about the sunshine, and it's just something that I really love, and I'm really grateful that you allow us to, premiere this remix on the Bring Me to Life Radio. So, and Living Light is a great person, and just love her so much. So I think that's really cool.
Well, I honor her as well, and I really value the mission that you guys are presenting here on Project Bring Me to Life. So any way that we can support it, it's great.
Cool. Well, I appreciate that. And you had mentioned before we started the interview that there was a festival that you wanted to talk about a little bit.
Sure. June 22nd through 25th here in Massachusetts, we have the premier transformational festival of New England. Usually it's called Unifier Festival, but this year it's actually scaled down a little bit. There's a story behind that. But this year it's going to be the Unifier Roots Gathering, and it's going to be in Lunenburg, Massachusetts. And it's scaled down a little bit this year because currently we're in process of buying the property where the main festival grounds are. So because of that, we can't actually have the festival on the main grounds. We had to move it to a different location. But the new location is beautiful. It's on a lake. It's got nice rolling hills. It's going to be a weekend of complete shared beauty. And, of course, Living Light will be there as one of the headliners. So really looking forward to it and recommend everybody to go to unifierfestival.com and check it out for sure.
Perfect. That was the next question I was going to ask. Where can people learn more info? And
yeah, just absolutely. Unifierfestival.com has everything you need.
Cool. And that is spelled Unifier.
Yes.
Cool.
Unifier.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you coming on and allowing us to premiere the song. So thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you. Really appreciate the time.
Definitely. This is The Sun Will Shine remixed by Living Light.
Shine on me. Shine on you. The sun will shine. Shine on me. Shine on you.
That was The Sun Will Shine, a Living Light remix of Machine 475's song. And guess what? You heard it here first on Bring Me Life Radio. I love saying that. So thank you. Thank you so much for allowing us to play that song. And now back to Through the Eyes of the Angels with Sarah Hall.
You can receive spiritual energy upgrades during your sleep. You can consciously choose to connect with angels and spirit guides and for them to heal you and work on you during your sleep. So setting that intention before bedtime is great. Another good time for your positive affirmations is in the morning. I think that the morning is a really wonderful time because it sets the tone for your entire day as you go about your waking life. So if you start with something really positive and uplifting in the morning, it's like catching a wave when you're a surfer. It just gives you the energy to ride right into the rest of your day. And it's so empowering. Now, another step in opening your spiritual abilities is in setting the intention, which we've briefly sort of talked about, but I want to go a little bit more deeply into it. If you consciously make the choice to open these gifts, then that is like the first movement of the key unlocking the door. Declare it to yourself, to God perhaps, or to the universe, and then just see or notice what happens as a result. You can also pray to higher beings for help in opening these gifts too. You can pray to the angels or to an ascended master to be your guide in opening your spiritual gifts. In fact, most psychics work with spirit guides to guide the information they are receiving. So most often when you go to a psychic for a reading, or you see them on TV or hear them on the radio, they are getting their information by connecting with a spiritual guide or higher being. Connecting with an angel or a guide can really excel the learning process in opening your psychic gifts. So there are certain angels that I highly suggest to call on or to work with to begin opening your psychic and spiritual gifts, if you'd like to do that right away. The first angel that I like to talk about in opening your spiritual gifts is Archangel Jophiel. And her name is spelled Jophiel, in case you want to look her up and find information about her. Archangel Jophiel is the angel of beauty. The angel of beauty. And the reason I find her so helpful in opening our spiritual psychic gifts is because she helps to beautify our thoughts and emotions. As I said before, one of the only blocks that there really is in experiencing your psychic abilities is doubt, fear, negative thoughts, and things like that. With the help of Jophiel, you can just help to release that fear very, very easily and think and feel very beautiful thoughts, feel beautiful emotions, and connect with beautiful energies. And one of the greatest ingredients for having very clear psychic connection is to be joyful about it, to enjoy it. Think of that little child to whom those spiritual psychic gifts come very, very easily. They're in a state where they don't doubt anything and they're just enjoying everything. They're open to everything. They feel a sense of love and happiness and usually optimism. They play so very easily in life, probably because they're fresh off the boat from God, and that's our nature, is to play and to enjoy. So through joy, through lightening and beautifying your energy and your thoughts, then the psychic gifts will fall in very, very easily. Another angel to call upon, also to dispel any fear or self-doubt, is Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael is the protecting angel, and he is the angel to call upon if you're ever afraid or if you ever have any nervousness about opening yourself to your psychic abilities. He's very, very helpful for clearing away fear as well, and for helping us to feel very protected as we enter into the unknown or enter into the field of psychic awareness. Archangel Gabriel is an angel I suggest to call upon for psychic gifts as well, because Gabriel is the angel of communication. And psychic sensitivity is a mode of communication. When you receive psychic messages, you're communicating with spirit, or you're communicating with the field of energy around you. So Gabriel will help you to open up and enhance your ability to listen and to communicate. Archangel Metatron is another angel that I highly suggest in this as well. And Archangel Metatron is an angel that I often call upon to work with for higher consciousness. Higher consciousness. So everything that we were talking about earlier when we were talking about evolution and collective consciousness and the way that we are all just gently, gradually moving into a higher collective consciousness, Metatron is guiding that. And Metatron can work with you personally to guide that for your individual path, to help you personally scaffold or move up into a higher state of awareness. The last angel that I suggest to work with for your psychic spiritual abilities is Archangel Raziel. His name is spelled Raziel, in case you want to look him up. And Archangel Raziel is the angel of esoteric wisdom and information. So as we said before, our psychic abilities are a way for us to tap into esoteric wisdom and information. So Raziel can help you to open your third eye and to further what you do once you do open up your psychic abilities. Certain ways that you can pray or connect with your guides are, as we said before, set the intention, pray to them, just ask them for help. And another way is through meditating. When you meditate, you are really, really beautifully opening up your mind, your consciousness, your psyche, your awareness, and training it to be still. You have the ability to strengthen and expand your awareness so that you'll be able to notice more of the little psychic things that may be popping up into your field awareness, and to discipline yourself to be able to suspend the thoughts or the inner monologue of the ego so that you can just, again, get still and listen to the deeper things that are going on within you. One other way that I'll suggest for communicating with your guides and for honing your psychic gifts is through the practice of automatic writing. Automatic writing is a process through which we can write psychic information or messages with the help of an angel or a spirit guide. All you do from automatic writing is to just set the intention to do so. You can perhaps meditate to still your mind beforehand. Pick up a pen and paper. You can even do this typing online or something like that. And just begin to, by perhaps asking a question or saying, okay, now I intend to receive information about X, Y, or Z, and then just start typing or writing down everything you receive, whether you're getting sounds around you, you're getting images in your head, you're getting reminded of memories or thoughts that are personal to you, or even if you think that your mind is being distracted, just write everything down. And eventually you'll notice that there's a pattern in the information that's coming to the surface. Once you begin the intention to communicate, to have a psychic reading or to have a psychic communication, everything that comes in after that is usually part of the reading or part of the message that you're receiving. So get good at and practice noticing the similarities, the patterns, the symbolism, and some of the images that you're seeing in your mind, because usually these are little ways that your guides are starting to communicate with something. So this is all part of your practicing your spiritual gifts. And in order to develop your psychic gifts, practicing them is very important. So you can practice doing a psychic read on a friend's energy, on their thoughts or on their emotions, and then just see what their feedback is for you. You can also practice seeing energy or auras around living beings, including plants, animals, or people. And in order to do that, simply quiet your mind, perhaps taking some time to deeply meditate, then just open your eyes, relax your eyes, and gaze at a thing that you'd like to see an aura around. And what will happen is you'll either see the light around that person or object out in physical space in the real world, or most commonly, you may see it in your mind's eye. You'll just notice in your mind's eye that you're getting an impression of that color. You might see it clairvoyantly, or if you're a little bit more claircognizant, which is a word representing clear thinking, you might all of a sudden think the color blue or think of some other quality that's associated with their energy field. So I want to talk a little bit about the energy center located in the center of your forehead, known as your third eye chakra. This is a very important chakra in using and opening your psychic gifts. You have 7 chakras or energy centers, and they're associated with your physical body, and they lie along different points of your spinal column. There are higher chakras above your physical body as well that some people like to explore and work with too, and that's very useful. But for these purposes, we're just going to focus on the third eye chakra today. And it's perhaps the most important in receiving psychic messages, since it represents your ability to perceive and understand the truth. It is your center of wisdom and internal knowingness. So today, what we're going to do is open your third eye with a little energy work during our guided meditation that we'll do in just a minute. Energy work is yet another way that we open our psychic senses. You can receive traditional energy work through a Reiki session perhaps, or you can receive energy work through meditation. Or you can ask to receive it, as we said before, from your angels or guides during your sleep. Today, we're going to be calling on the angels to help open and unlock your psychic abilities to whatever next level of growth you're ready for on your spiritual path through a guided meditation. So let's go ahead and dive into our guided meditation now. Go ahead and take a moment to get comfortable. Go ahead and close your eyes and begin by breathing very deeply, gently, and evenly. And as you're breathing, just visualize that there is a beautiful stream of blue-colored light that is floating in through the top of your head and through the center of your forehead at the third eye chakra. Breathe this light and energy in, noticing the way that it immediately begins to calm your energy. Allowing that beautiful blue light to cover every little particle of your consciousness now. As you breathe, notice that blue light is transforming the particles of your consciousness towards a lighter, higher spiritual vibration. Notice that any tension, stress, or negativity that you could have been carrying is magically dissolving and melting away the deeper you breathe this light. With your next deep breath, we're going to call in Archangel Jophiel, the angel of beauty. Archangel Jophiel is standing before you, and she is lifting up the palms of her hands, and she is now channeling a beautiful pink-colored light all around you. Breathe in this pink-colored light, feeling perhaps the essence or the smell of flowers. Noticing that your heart is starting to relax and calm, perhaps to even glow resplendent with beautiful feelings. Allow this beautiful pink light from Jophiel to surround your whole entire body like a cocoon from head to toe. And in this moment, as you're breathing, just take a moment to surrender or exhale any doubts or any fears related to using your spiritual gifts now. Simply take a deep, clearing breath, and as you exhale, just think the thought, I release all doubt and all fear to using my spiritual gifts now. It is safe for me to allow my spiritual gifts to open. Good. Very good. Next, we're going to call upon Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael is showing us that he is standing right behind you and that he is placing his hands on either side of your head, just hovering right above your temples. Archangel Michael is showing us that he's going to help to now attune your psychic abilities by channeling white light into your upper chakras, into your head region. All you have to do is simply breathe and receive, giving Archangel Michael full permission to access your energy now. The deeper you breathe in this beautiful white light, the more calm you begin to feel. The more you begin to feel that you are deepening in your awareness, becoming aware of every part of your psyche, of your subconscious, your deep feelings, and noticing that it is through the awareness of this deeper part of yourself that you're picking up on psychic impressions and messages. It is so safe and so easy to allow yourself to do this. With your next deep breath, we're now going to call upon Archangel Raphael, the healing angel. And he's going to guide some very important energy work that we are about to do now. Archangel Raphael is standing right in front of you. He's showing us that he's placing his hand over your third eye. Visualize and allow as Archangel Raphael channels his emerald green, healing colored light into your third eye. And breathe deeply, accepting this energy upgrade. Noticing that the deeper you breathe this beautiful emerald light, the more and more your third eye naturally begins to open, like a flower blooming to the touch of the sun. Feel this beautiful emerald light as it courses through you and begins to heal your third eye. Noticing that the light and energy of your third eye is wide open now. You're receiving anything and everything that you're ready to receive around you. And that the light is shining all the way to the back of your head. Much like the physical eye, the third eye has an internal structure, a sort of optic nerve connected to it. So Archangel Michael is now showing us that he is placing his hands right behind your head, right across from your third eye on your forehead. And he is channeling his white light there, which is working to open a psychic screen on the back of your head, almost like a movie screen, opening and awakening, coming to life with light. Feel that screen on the back of your head opening, and just feel comfortable with it as you breathe, awakening this plane of psychic vision. Feeling now as Archangel Raphael's emerald green light reaches all the way to the back of your third eye on your psychic screen. The angels would now like you to affirm our positive, empowering affirmation for today. I am profoundly psychic. I am profoundly psychic. Good. And now repeat the affirmation. My psychic gifts are natural, God-given, and inherent. It is God's will for me to be at peace and for me to understand. And so it is God's will for me to open my spiritual gifts now. Dear angels, please continue to guide my spiritual growth and the development of my intuitive psychic awareness now and always. Thank you. And with that, taking just one last deep, clearing breath. And then as you exhale, you can gently open your eyes and shift right back into the room and into the moment. Very good. Thank you so much for connecting with me in that. I want you to know now that after energy work, you'll often feel a little bit lighter than before, which is really nice. And perhaps you might even feel a bit more sensitive to energies after receiving energy work. Know that if increased energetic sensitivity is ever overwhelming for you, you can always call upon the angels for help in shielding you and keeping you nice and grounded. Now, if you have any questions about opening your psychic abilities, or if you'd just like an angel reading, we are now going to open the phone lines. So you can call in at 240-979-4111. Once again, that's 240-979-4111. And while we are waiting for a caller, let's go ahead and do a little group reading. Today we happen to be connecting, I think this is so exciting, on the full moon. And this particular full moon was a lunar eclipse in the sign of Aquarius. So the energy right now in the world is giving us a beautiful opportunity to go within our hearts. Lunar eclipses are very good for going within and exploring our inner world. And Aquarius helps us to understand and free up our thinking. So this is a great time for discovering your inner truth or your true feelings about a situation you may find yourself in. It's a very good opportunity to then discover any old limiting beliefs or thoughts that you may now be ready to release in order to fulfill the next step of your path. So if you'd like to get more details on what's going on with this lunar energy, you can also check out the full moon reading video that I just posted on my YouTube channel. You can find me on YouTube most easily by typing in Sarah Hall in the full moon reading and in the search box. And my channel will be the first one that you'll see there. So do subscribe to it if you'd like to see all my new and full moon readings, as well as access free guided meditations and spiritual discussion videos. I love my YouTube family and have had so much fun connecting with you guys there. So it looks like we have our first caller on the line. Thank you so much, caller, for joining us today. If you could go ahead and just introduce yourself and tell us where you're calling from today.
Hi, this is Sierra. I'm in Cumberland, Maryland.
Hi, Sierra. Thank you for calling from Maryland. Wonderful. I can't wait to join you guys over there for the Crystal Chalice Awards. Do you think you might go to that?
Oh, I'm of course going to that, and I'm so pumped to meet you there.
Yay! I can't wait. That's awesome. So what would you like to ask for today, Sierra?
I guess I didn't really have any questions, but maybe perhaps a reading. Today was a really awesome day for our crew, and we made some positive moves in the good direction, so today would be a perfect day for a reading for us.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so I have pulled a couple of angel oracle cards here. Today the deck that I'm using is the Angel Therapy Oracle cards by Doreen Virtue. And oracle cards are yet another way to increase our psychic abilities, to use as a tool to receive psychic messages. So the first card that I pulled for you is the Emotional Sensitivity card. This is a card that I'm getting for you that says certainly to honor the emotional sensitivity that you already have, because it is a gift, but also to know that you are receiving very strong intuitive hits for yourself and for your life through your emotions. Now, emotional sensitivity is actually a psychic gift that is referred to as clairsentience or clear feeling. And I'm feeling for you, definitely, Sierra, that you've got a lot of clairsentience. I feel just a beautiful, compassionate light around you. I feel a connection to other people, but especially a connection to animals, almost as if animals easily feel at ease in your presence, or that you have the ability to kind of intuitively sense what they're feeling or thinking around you, which is such a beautiful gift.
Oh, definitely.
That's awesome. So I'll look then at the next card that we have today. The next card is the Be Willing to Forgive card. Be willing to forgive. This is a message that your angels are coming to you today, because when we forgive, we release any blocks that may be in our path. And specifically what I'm feeling that this means for you today is that you have an incredibly positive energy around you right now. There's a lot of opportunity that's bursting at the seams, ready to open itself to you. And it says that now is a perfect time to go within and to catalyze these opportunities by releasing anything that just doesn't serve you anymore, or that you're already doing it, is almost what I kind of feel like. It feels like you're already really, really good at overcoming things and letting go of the past and getting strong and on top of things. So that's going to be really, really helpful as you continue in all of your beautiful projects and things that you've been working on in life. And then our final card that I pulled for you is the Vacuum Away Fear card. This is a card that I'm hearing actually pertains to your life purpose. Your angels are saying that you have the ability to bring light to darkness, or to reassure other people, to vacuum away their fear, to help other people feel very confident. It's almost as if I feel an inner counselor or an inner guide within you, and that you really have talent in doing this. Is this something that you feel passionate about doing?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. That is awesome. So yeah, your guides are definitely giving you a major green light in your life right now with regard to using your emotional sensitivity to open your gifts, to overcome any blocks for yourself and also for other people, again, because you guide other people, and help to just bring more love into the world. They're saying you really do have a spiritual life purpose. So guys, Sierra would be an example of a light worker. Remember before we were talking about what a light worker is. Sierra is a light worker. And Sierra, I have a question for you. I was wondering, as a light worker, since we've found that you are one, do you feel
Yes.
that you have intuitive gifts? Have you experienced anything with intuition in your past?
Definitely intuition with the emotional feelings. Like, just if I've learned that if I don't trust the feelings, that I should in the future learn from that.
Yes.
And go ahead and trust those because they're usually
Yes.
right. So my inner guidance is kind of the feelings and the.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So you're the perfect example of a clairsentient, a clear feeling, and that's so great. It actually brings up you bring up such a great point too, because when you are willing to trust your guidance that you're getting, you actually increase the frequency of how often you get guidance, and how clearly then you'll get the guidance, because you're associating the guidance that you're getting with trust and faith and safety. And yes, I'm just going to do it no matter what it is. I'm spreading my wings and I'm taking the leap of faith. So that strengthens our gifts as well. Do you have any other questions for us today, Sierra, before we wrap up?
No, that was awesome. I thank you so much.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you so much for calling. Bye.
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 All right. So it looks like we have another caller on the air. Thank you so much for calling in. If you could just introduce us with your first name and where you're calling from today.
Hi, Sarah. This is Ted.
Hi, Ted. It's great to talk to you today. Where are you calling from?
Indiana.
Indiana. That's awesome. That's not too far away from me. I'm in Michigan today. We're talking to people from all over the place. I love it. So what is your question that you would like to ask for the angels today?
Just what's going on with my future, I guess.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to do the same for you. I'm going to pull 3 cards from our Angel Therapy Oracle card deck. And I love this deck because it really gets into the sort of intimate guidance of what we can do to take action to change our path. I like it. These are very like go-getter action taking cards. So I am turning over the first card today, and since we've asked about your future, where you're headed, what you're meant to do, and things like that, the first card I love. It's the "If you get nervous, focus on service" card. That's actually an affirmation that I use very often. If you get nervous, focus on service. And the message to you in this card is that you are meant to help other people. It feels as if you've had a spiritual calling that has really been increasing and growing in your life, and that there is a strong possibility that you have to help and guide other people as well. So today, the theme of our callers is people who help. I love that. Have you felt any guidance or, kind of little leanings or passions lately to help or to make a difference or do anything like that lately in your life?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I've felt all kinds of just strange things in the last 3 years I've been listening to you, actually. I mean, you actually got me going with the self-love. Self-love really opened up my chakras and raised my kundalini, and I'm ready to go.
Wow, that's awesome. That's so great to hear. Yeah, I find that it's so amazing. It's like once you begin working with self-love, working on ourselves, oftentimes we'll then be guided to share our love, to share our light with other people. And I feel that that's really what's happening for you. Is your angels are saying that there's a reason why you were guided to do this kind of stuff, to open yourself and to heal yourself. It's because you've got a life purpose, and it is, to serve and to help other people. Now I'm turning over our next card, and I'm going to see what the angels have to say for this one. So the next card that came up is the base or root chakra card. And our base or root chakra is usually the card that has to do with our connection to our home and to the earth and to the material things in our life. And the angels are saying that they are actually helping to really, really change something in what looks like your finances and your job right now. Is this something that you've been praying about recently? Because you've got a lot of angels around this situation.
Wow, yeah. But financially, I'm okay, but I can always be doing better,
Yeah.
I'm okay. I mean, everything seems like it's going in a good direction in my life, but, always not wanting more so much, just, wanting more angel love, I guess,
Yeah.
It's not an entitlement issue, but whatever,
Yeah, certainly. Well, the message that I'm getting from your angels today, this is a good message. And I think that a lot of people that are called to do some kind of service or to share creatively with the world about their path and to help other people get this message that you've got to receive if you are hoping to give. So what a great connection in this message. If you want to receive, if you want to give, you've got to receive first, and you've got to receive equally to what you plan on giving, just in the same way you've got to inhale in order to exhale. So your angels are saying that they've been guiding you and helping you with just increasing abundance in your life and increasing opportunities to connect with other people and things like that. And they're saying that, yes, we can always, experiencing a little bit more. We as human beings are always, we're kind of programmed to be looking on the next horizon. What's my next opportunity? What's the next adventure? Things like that. What can I learn next? And your angels are saying that they're definitely bringing you lots more opportunities to receive and to increase abundance in your life. So accept them and notice whatever guidance you get on this path, because it will help you with your path and with serving. They're saying you deserve it, and you deserve to be very, very, very happy. Now, the final card that we have pulled for you, oh my gosh, it's come back. The emotional sensitivity card is back. And I think that it's so uncanny when cards will repeat themselves from one reading to the next, because I'll shuffle, and then I never pick from the top. I always will pick from somewhere totally different and totally random in the deck every time, just because that's the way I do it. And the emotional sensitivity card is back, saying that you also have gifts in clairsentience. So if you look to connect with your angels, look to feel them first. Some people have clairvoyance first, or maybe they'll see something or whatever. You've got clairsentience. You get the gut feelings and intuitions. And they're saying that you already experience this gut sensitivity, this emotional sense of being able to pick up on things from other people through your closest loved ones. It feels like in your immediate family, there are the people that you love the most. It's like you're able to really pick up on their feelings and the kind of the energies that are around them. So your angels are saying to start tuning into that more because it will grow.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. So do you have any?
It's glad to finally have connected with you, Sarah. I've been a big fan of yours for 3 years now, plus, and God is with you, that's for sure.
Oh,
Angel man love always, girl.
Thank you so much. You are so sweet, and thank you so much for your call today, Ted. I was so happy to talk with you.
Thank you, Sarah. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So it looks like we have just about 5 minutes left for today. So I'm not sure that we'll have, if there's another caller that comes in, we'll try to take another real quick one. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is just to pull a couple of general cards for all of us who are listening, knowing that this is a message for everybody today. So picking 3 cards right now. And I'm actually specifically intending to ask that this message be about our spiritual growth, our psychic awareness, how we can grow and open our psychic awareness. Oh my gosh, I love this. The first card I turned over is the Archangel Michael card. And we were just talking about him. We just worked with him in the meditation together. So Archangel Michael is with you, and he's saying, call upon him to help to increase your growth on this path. And that will be a really beautiful thing. Then the second card that I pulled for us today is the Solar Plexus Chakra card. Now the Solar Plexus, I'm so glad we get a chance to talk about chakras again. The Solar Plexus Chakra is the chakra that is just behind your belly button. It's in your core, and it represents your confidence and your personal power. So this is a message saying work on increasing your confidence in your spiritual gifts first, and this will help to springboard everything else that you need forward, and that will be really, really beautiful. Then the final, another chakra card, the final card that we have for a general reading for everyone today is the Sacral Chakra card. Sacral Chakra. This is a card that says that you have increasing sensitivity around your diet, around the environment that you may find yourself in, and around relationships and things like that. So it says to be very, very conscientious in keeping the energy around you very light and very high, so that you can be connected to that joy and that lightness of spirit that we were talking about with Archangel Jophiel, so that you feel very comfortable and open with your spiritual gifts. So that's very, very great advice. It looks like we may have a caller on the line. Hi, caller. Thank you for calling in. We can fit you in. Last call here for today. What is your name and where are you calling from today?
This is Ashton, and I'm calling from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Hi, Ashton. You're in Ann Arbor. That's not far away from me. That's great.
Yeah.
Great to talk with you. What's your question for today?
I'm just looking for like a general reading, honestly.
Okay, great. I'm going to pull 3 cards for you as well and see.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, today is the day for chakra cards. I got the third eye chakra for you first and foremost.
Ooh.
So this is a card. I'm actually hearing a message from your angels saying vision. They're saying that you receive a lot of visions of inspiration, or that you have vision for your life purpose path creatively. And they're saying to focus in on the repeated thoughts that you've been having in your mind, or repeated feelings that you've been getting, because those repeated thoughts and feelings represent divine guidance, messages that you're getting. Our second card that I have for you is the Ascended Masters card. And I'm just tuning in around you, and I do see that you've got Ascended Masters around you. I feel as if there are Ascended Masters that teach you to meditate, that work with you to meditate. Do you ever call in any Ascended Masters to work with?
Yeah, definitely a few of them.
Wow, that's awesome. One particular Ascended Master that's coming to mind for you today is Saint Germain. Saint Germain is an Ascended Master that helps us with higher consciousness and brings this beautiful purple light around us, which is very, very healing and good for manifesting. So he'd be wonderful to work with for you, it looks like. Let's go ahead and pull over our final card for you today. Your final card is the throat chakra card. This is the chakra of expression. So your angels are saying it's time to speak your truth, speak up in any situations that you find yourself in, and just be ready to communicate. You communicate and you express spiritual messages, it feels like, through the work that you do. You uplift people with loving, positive vibes and things like that. So continue expressing yourself, and to further your path today, speak your truth to someone that needs to hear it, or maybe to the world. All right, it looks like we're just coming to the end of our time, Ashton, so thank you so much for calling in. You're welcome.
Definitely.
All right, so that brings us to the end of our time together, guys. Wow, thank you so much for listening. Remember that I will be live every third Thursday of the month at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on Project Bring Me to Life, bringing you spiritual discussion and angel messages. And you can tune in every Thursday at that time to hear the rebroadcast of the most recent show. All of my shows are recorded and available to listen to as podcasts. Soon they'll be available on iTunes. We'll give you the links as soon as they're ready there. But if you'd like to listen to those podcasts now, you can visit Spreaker.com/show/bringmetolife. That's www.spreaker.com/show/ all one word, bring me, the number 2, life radio. There you can click on shows and select Through the Eyes of the Angels and listen to any of my past broadcasts. I'll also be posting that link for Spreaker.com on my Facebook and Twitter pages in case you missed it. And you can like my Facebook page at facebook.com/SarahHall1111. And you can follow me on Twitter by visiting twitter.com/Seraphim444. That's SERRAPHIM444. And as always, if you'd like to contact me for a reading, for spiritual guidance, or a healing session, you can visit my website at www.seraphim.com. That's SERRAPHIM.com for more info. And for more fantastic spiritual talk radio, music, art, podcasts, events, and so much more, stay tuned to the Project Bring Me to Life network and visit www.projectbringmetolife.com. I love you all so much. Know until we meet again that you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye!
And now enjoy Papadosio Music Hour.
We're Papadosio. We're going to play some new songs for you guys.
Papadosio's really, really jamming out. But I wanted to make a quick interruption in Papadosio Music Hour. I got Miss Shannon Shine here with us. How you doing, Shannon?
I'm doing pretty good. It feels like a pretty good day.
Definitely. And what I wanted to bring you on here for, in the middle of Papadosio Music Hour, our most greatest hour of Premier Life Radio, I wanted to share some great news. I am so excited for this that I can hardly contain it right now.
Oh, yeah?
Guess what?
What?
Bring Me to Life Radio is going to be on iHeart Radio.
Whoa! Whoa! That's awesome.
Yeah. So, a great opportunity, not only for Project Bring Me to Life, soon to be the Bring Me to Life Foundation. It's not only good for our network and our radio station, it's good for all the musicians that we have come on our radio. It's going to be good for all the people who do shows on our radio. So it's a great thing for us and all of our friends that we have here on the Bring Me to Life network.
Dude, that is pretty fantastic. That's pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. I'm really proud of you, Selo. I know that this is exciting news because we have a lot of really cool musicians and they deserve to be heard on iHeartRadio. I already get excited to be like, hey, guess what? We're on iTunes. But now what? We're on iHeartRadio.
Mm-hmm. And iHeartRadio goes to millions of listeners. So great opportunity when people put stuff in like spirituality or consciousness or a certain musician. Our station, I think, will begin to start popping up. And I'm just really excited because I think our platform is great and we're expanding and we're reaching out to more people. We have an opportunity to reach millions of people now.
That's awesome. And you just got this news?
Just got this news a few minutes ago. We had to go outside and celebrate out in front of the shop with some delightful misty rain, just talking about how awesome it was and just, breathing in the fresh mountain air, just like, dude, we're going to be on iHeartRadio. I'm super excited about it.
That is awesome. So they can get it how soon?
In 72 hours, Bring Me to Life Radio will be available on iHeartRadio. You can go to iHeart.com and search Bring Me to Life Radio.
That's pretty cool. I think if the first person that sends me a screenshot of them checking it out on iHeartRadio to let us know when it's up, because we'll be at Delfest, I will make them a crystal bracelet and send it their way.
Anybody who's listening, if you check Bring Me to Life Radio on iHeartRadio in the 72 hours and you see it, you screenshot it, send it to Shannon Shine, and she will make you a crystal bracelet.
You can send the screenshot to the Project Bring Me to Life email, which is
projectbringme2life@gmail.com.
Yep. So send a screenshot of you listening to Project Bring Me to Life Radio, which is it going to be Project Bring Me to Life or Bring Me to Life Radio?
It's always going to be Bring Me to Life Radio.
Because we are moving up.
So we're moving on from project. It's not a project anymore. It's beginning to be a foundation. It's a network. So we're switching that. So we're getting rid of the project coming up here soon. Our website is going to be reflecting that soon, and we will be filing our articles of incorporation to be a nonprofit.
Working on it, doing things. Awesome. So I'm going to go back to work in Mountain Shine, and the first person to send us a screenshot of Bring Me to Life Radio to
on iHeartRadio.
On iHeartRadio, yes, that is part of the project.
We should say it together. Bring Me to Life Radio on iHeartRadio.
I didn't get all of it. I'm still too excited.
I think I forgive you.
It's okay. So, yeah, that's exciting. I'm excited to make a crystal bracelet and excited to see the screenshot.
Awesome.
And any of you that are listening that are on your way to Delfest or on the way to other Memorial Day activities, I hope you have a great weekend and stay safe, have fun, shine on always. See you later.
That was Shannon Shine coming here to share the excitement of the great news that we had. We're going to be on iHeartRadio. We're going to start reaching millions of people. I'm excited. We just released a brand new show today, the afternoon show. with Ashton and Selo. We did some uplifting prank calls. It was kind of funny. Soon we will be taking calls during the afternoon show, so we'll be able to have guests and we'll be able to take callers, and it'll be a great time. I know Nico would be a great guest to have. And definitely, it's just the Bring Me to Life Foundation. There's no more project. This isn't just a project anymore. So begin to imagine Bring Me to Life Foundation. Bring Me to Life Foundation. We're going to have our logo standing in front of a blue brick wall to symbolize the foundation, that we're building a foundation. Yes, the Bring Me to Life Foundation. Thank you, Nico, for tuning in and commenting. I always appreciate the interactivity, the inner activity. All right, I'm gonna get it back to Papadosio Music Hour. We got 37 minutes left, and this is the All Good Music Festival set of Papadosio. Enjoy.
Has a memory.
Thank you.
We got about 22 minutes left of Papadosio Music Hour, but before that ends, I wanted to bring on another Mad Tea Party Jam workshop host. Her name is Angelina Bertoni. Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Hey, Selo. I'm so excited to be here today.
Definitely. I love that my homies in Michigan are connecting and very excited about the Mad Tea Party Jam, which a bunch of people from Michigan came last year, and we're going to have even more people come this year.
Oh, I'm so excited to see so many of my friends from the Mitten take part in this wonderful migration down to the mountains. Just the lineup that is going to be is looking amazing. I'm super excited to see Papadosio and just like even Fish of Earth. Just, I don't know, I think that there's so much magic happening down there in the mountains. You guys are really doing big things.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's important to do that when you go to a community and just putting our energy into it and try to make positive impacts like you guys are doing in Michigan.
Yeah, right now I work with an organization called GRASS. It stands for Grand Rapids Autonomous Support System, and we like to facilitate safe community spaces here in town for people to come to and share just their pains, their aches, their blessings, and to be able to help to give back. And so we've raised water for Flint. We do projects like feeding the homeless. We raise a free open source art music showcase event called The Spectacle. And now it's helping actually influence a lot onto the workshop I'll be leading this upcoming summer at the Mad Tea Party Jam.
Yeah, tell us about this workshop that you'll be doing.
So it's called Cultivating Wildflower Seeds of Change. And so my question I propose to the community is, what does change look like to you? I want to have a community and encourage workshops attendees to come and be able to see what it looks like to share bliss, to share grief, to share those up and down moments, but also to learn about how we as a community can come together to help restore this planet and make an impact on ourselves and others just by being here, by taking care and support and responsibility for just the basic feed around you and your surrounding environment. We can all create a wildfire of kindness and make a huge batch of change. It's also going to be a hands-on workshop. We're going to be working to make wildflower seed bombs. And so I've been collecting seeds that are indigenous to the mountains in Pennsylvania.
Sounds
so we won't
cool.
have any interfering species. Yeah, and so I'm going to be talking about pollinating insects. We're going to be making seed bombs. So basically they're little clay balls with wildflower seeds inside. And when you drop them when you're out hiking, they'll end up spreading. And when they spread, the wildflowers will come and they'll attract pollinating insects such as bees and butterflies.
So cool.
And so in the workshop, we're going to talk about the medicinal benefits of these herbs and flowers and what kind of bugs are going to come to it and what those bugs actually do for us. And then at the same time, we'll be talking about, as I mentioned before, just the benefits of creating community and how we can make everything a little bit better and more beautiful with just a dash of intention.
Very cool. That sounds like a very powerful intention that you have with this workshop, and I'm really excited for everybody at the Mad Tea Party Jam to be able to have the opportunity to see that workshop. So thank you so much for applying to do a workshop at Mad Tea Party this year.
I'm ecstatic about it. I've gotten to share my wildflower seed bomb cultivating skills with another festival down in North Carolina and then one in Tennessee last summer, as well as one up here in Michigan. And so as the fourth festival I'm coming to bring this project to, I think it's kind of like a rogue Johnny Appleseed, but with flowers, and maybe I'll be more of a Johnny Flower Seed going around and just trying to spread this good message.
Yeah, super cool. Nice. So what are some other things? You mentioned Spaceship Earth and Papadosio and the amazing flower bomb idea. Is there any other things that you may be looking forward to at the Mad Tea Party Jam?
Oh, I don't know if probably everyone has heard of Breezy Scott. She's doing a really wonderful workshop called Fill Up Your Cup Empowerment, and I attended it last year at a festival in Michigan. It's incredible. I'm really looking forward to seeing her again. And Nick Bryce, I do believe, is doing a thing there as well. So
Mercado.
I'm excited to see what's getting up in store. Mercado Light Breathing Activation. Yes. It was escaping me for a second. I'm really excited to sit and do some heavy breathing. Have you done the Mercado breath before?
Oh, definitely. I've done it many. Nick and I actually traveled after the first 3DL together for many months and participated in his very experiential, technique. He learned from Phoenix, and then he kind of developed his own way of doing it. So I was there in the experimental phase.
Fantastic. I attended one of his Merkaba light breathing meditations last summer, and it was incredibly potent, very impacting and changing. And so I'm excited to do some breathing work again.
Awesome. I think he did one at Metamorphosis or Frequinox in Ann Arbor. And at the end, like during the end of that workshop, I was having an orgasm. It was so awesome.
That's fantastic. That's what I'm saying. Afterwards, it's literally this energetic breath of just joy, and you just an energy sigh.
Right.
And the freedom, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's really beautiful.
I should have clarified, but it was definitely like an energetic orgasm, not just like a sexual one, but it's just like energy everywhere. Just felt so good, and it was just like I could feel it like a solar flare, just exploding.
For those that don't know what the light body Merkaba breathing is, it's just it's correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a type of circle breathing where you increase the amount and like the speed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you inhale and exhale, but you do it pushing out all the air out of your lungs and then breathing in and trying to fill them up. And he just guides you starting off very slowly and getting faster, and then I guess people just have to be there to experience it.
Yes, totally. And so many potent things. And then I do believe you will be in attendance as well. Yeah?
I will be there, making sure all the workshops go totally okay. And I'm also going to be the host of a roundtable discussion on Star Trek.
Ooh. Oh, it's going on me. When you're not so strong. Well, that's fantastic. Yeah. I'm so excited to see you.
You too. I'm really looking forward. It's been a while, and just having your energy at the Mad Tea Party Jam is going to be amazing.
Oh, everyone should look for me in my wings. I'll be dancing all the time.
Cool. Well, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for having me. Talk to you soon.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
In just a few minutes, we're going to have another Mad Tea Party Jam workshop host coming up. So stay tuned. Did I mention that Bring Me to Life Radio is going to be on iHeartRadio 72 hours? enjoy Variety Music Hour.
Estrange me from feelings of cataclysmic rapture. Went away for the day, you gone astray. Went away, you gone astray. Went away for the day, you gone astray. But oh boy, what happened that way? Estrange me from the stories, from the fiction of your character. Estrange me from 20 questions and your distracted answer. Estrange me from the slivers of your disenchanted laughter. Turn around and you're gone away, saving love for some rainy day. But oh boy, it won't happen that way. You gotta choose love or lose it today. You gotta choose love or lose her today. Estrange me from inextricable dependencies. Estrange me from butterflies and cozy movie nights. Estrange me from depending on a man to complete my life. Estrange me from the pieces of your broken, fleeting laughter. Turn around and you're gone away, saving love for some rainy day. But oh boy, it won't happen that way. You gotta choose love or lose her today. You gotta choose love or lose it today. Estrange me from ever after. Estrange me from your Sundays, from your should-dos, from tomorrow. Estrange me from a life filled with passion and sorrow. Estrange me from the shattered glass in your laughter. Went away for the day, you gone astray. Went away, you gone astray. Oh boy, don't you come back this way. You gotta choose love or lose it today. Choose love or lose her today.
That was Stanzi. She just released her new EP, Eyes Like, on Bandcamp, and it's for free download. The song that we just heard was called Estrange Me, so you can get her old EP for free at stanzi.bandcamp.com. stanzi.bandcamp.com. We're just 2 songs in now to the Variety Music Hour. This is Mountainside by Mitch Haney.
As we take some fresh air, Becomes one, shining in love like the love that you're given, and there's no other way. All I want is the essence of living. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. So follow the pathway that lies where you go. Look for the truth in the things that you know. Seek for your wisdom so high and so pure. Carry it with you through all you endure. And all that I am, all that we are, shining in love like an infinite star. One with the all becomes one. All has been here since creation begun. Break down the walls of illusion and fear. Seek for the truth and the truth shall appear. All that I am, all that we are, shining in love like an infinite star. All I want light the way. Shine every night, every day that I'm living, and there's no other way. All I want is the way forgiven. All I want like the way. Shine every night, every day that I'm living, and there's no other way. All I want is the way forgiven. All I want like the way. I receive of the love that you're given, and there's no other way. All I want is the essence of living.
By the water's edge, the current running swift. She sat down for a minute, trying to catch her breath. And she said, why am I so alone? Why are we all so alone? The floods came and divided us long ago. Nobody knew how to swim, stranded on islands of their own. She said, I will no longer cling to this shore of isolation anymore. She just jumped on in the current, pulled and twisted, knocked on rocks and flipped and lifted. Rolling through the rapids, feel like drowning, head is pounding, lights surrounding, starting to float, starting to float. Drifting with the current, learning not to control. There's no way out, but there's a way in. There's no way out, but there's a way inside. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Of her homeland drifting out of sight, she had never seen the constellations burning so bright. New islands coming up over the horizon, find surprisingly not frightening. Heart and mind filled with excitement, spirits rising, all of the people rushed down to the shore. And they said, who is this child who's not afraid anymore? Oh, please come teach us, come and save us, free us from all that enslaves us. Show us how you learn to do this. Please, oh master, help us through this. Oh, she just smiled and she said, my friends, I am not a savior. I would not try to pretend that this is some kind of miracle, but I know where to begin. You just got to jump in. You just got to jump in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. There's no way out, but there's a way inside. And sometimes you'll find yourself adrift. And sometimes you'll be adrift and find yourself. 'Cause you're in. You're in. You're in. 'Cause you're in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. You're in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. You're in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. You're in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. You're in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. Every day, another tragedy in the news. It makes me say, Lord, the world has really got the blues. It's enough to drive you crazy. No time to lose your mind. The thunder in the distance, it's just the ticking of the hands of time. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. I felt like an outlaw ever since I was a child. I didn't fit at all. They were tame, but I was wild. This concrete jungle, you know it's not my world at all. It's a toxic bungle, and I would not wait to see it fall. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing wildflowers and sage. A tombstone crumbling, a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sage. Yeah. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. Crack for a seed to find its way to the sun. Just step back. It's okay to still have fun. If this world is a prison, we are the flowers growing through the bars. 'Cause we never listened when they said we couldn't reach the stars. Just a tombstone crumbling at the end of the material age, slowly succumbing
wildflowers that see a tombstone crumbling, just a relic of a bygone age, slowly succumbing to the wildflowers and sea. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. We are the wildflowers and sage. We are the ones who will turn the page. Hey, 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 yeah, yeah.
I know. Take me home and help me grow. Take me till there's only one. Some walk in boots, some walk in shoes, some walk barefoot, all amongst the woods. Come on. Some fires burn for peace and prayers. Some fires burn for war and hate, but pain is felt amongst the poor, the middleman, and all the rich. And struggle's not material, but lives in fear, and where we hide our love. Don't hide your love, they need our love. So we hold them in our hearts. You'll never win. The money game's just an endless trail. Come on. Separation's just a dream, just a scheme of industry. Find the key and break all the chains. An empire has its motives for destroying things we love the most. What's worth the greed? There's nothing there to hoard the gold, their endless void. Some shout from streets, from mountain tops. Some yell from pain, some call out for change. Call out for change, yeah. Hold them in our heart. We hold them in our heart. Come on. wicked men. They just need love, you know? There's pain underneath that greed, pain underneath that rage and wrath, pain underneath that persecution that needs your compassion. How strong will you be to give compassion to wicked men? Because the love will transform them. Come on, humanity. Come on, let's hold them in our hearts. Let's hold them in our hearts. Hold them in our hearts.
Very beautiful vibration, vibration, beautiful vibration, beautiful very beautiful vibration, beautiful vibration.
Brooklyn, where you at? 2014. Yeah. Yeah. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. From hilltops and great heights of street dreams and bright lights of billboards and campaigns, it's hiding in plain sight. Folks wandering, chasing mirages, it evades like holding on to incense flight. Smoke lifts, I'm reminded of the curtains rising as the drama rewinds each night. Scenes of tomorrow, happiness and sorrow, giving definitions of wrong and right. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. Yeah. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. Chilling in the pose, covered in stones. What if it's you who make the jewel so beautiful? That eternal, the moonlight glow, just by being setting examples. It shines through the fogs and the mist to refine you, the person and the gift. So get ready to give the kind of things that people ain't seen since. They wrote in hieroglyphs, galactic support, a cosmic lift. So we float like the bricks that built the pyramids. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. Yeah. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness. What you want is what I seek. You might get just what you need. It may be that you come with me, or for a gift that's feeling oh so sweet.
feels gone. It was only you all alone. As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness.
Ready, vibration, vibration,
As if you could feel this, instilled mind still reveals the realness.
vibration, ready, vibration, ready, vibration, 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 ready, vibration,
One more bite is a little too much when your words are hollow in a somber touch. Now what's the fuss when the backpack's gone? It's time to change to a realistic song. All alone, you're the greatest soul, proclaiming and explaining the greatest tales told. Now the stories are lies, kiss yourself goodbye. Where the hell is the love I can no longer find? You live for the grind and that's fine for a dream, but you hate who you are and it's so obscene how you brag about the drag of your right as lagged. And when it's all over, with a white flag. So pick a path, but just find your cause, cause I'm tired of fake laughter and the pain, the applause. What's this life you find after another useless project? A wasted case, choose as a shield to protect the dark and illness, filling your abyss. Oh dear sister, how to come to this? I love you dearly, so clear me out. I just want you to find what life's about. So own up your actions, take a fraction of a second to look for yourself. What took your heart to back into she decades and nothing escapades is something lingering, meaning to stand for an open door. But the ceiling's the floor and the stairs you've climbed have given out. All I'm saying is I'm praying, please listen to my plea. When our troubles chase us, we can't always flee. You were all I had back in a cloud of smoke, but now the wind has blown and I get the joke. Please swallow life's pill before you choke and lose it all to a masquerade and a cloak. If money is a prize but consumes our lives, virtues we find behind dead eyes. You think you're an activist and a pacifist, but your tongue is a fist with verbal fits. Open your mouth, venom spits. Even when you're calling it quits, my own blood made my family bleed. Tearing down our parents so apparently manipulating maliciously. It's love you need, but methodically you pull heartstrings. Each word stings, evidence that malevolence is your tool. But I'm a fool, I think they're waking up. So straighten up and sit down. I'm through with this game, won't mess around. Oh, what a shame, you're spiraling down the drain. I knew your name, but not who you are, and I wonder, do you? This is your life, is it what you choose? The stunts you pull no longer excused. I still remember when I heard the news. My love is heavy, my heart is bruised. No surprise if we cut our ties, saying goodbye with no reply. No disguise can hide our demise, feeding more lies to our poisoned minds. Praying you're wise when putting me aside as I'm swimming through the lies. The love tears to my eyes. Welcome to the party.
Isn't it great? Can you believe she wore that? You sure can make a mean drink.
And how about those hors d'oeuvres?
Who do you think that is?
Yeah, welcome to the party where we all wear a mask. No one cares how we're doing, but I still hit the mask. The MCVLC belts agree, laugh, but charisma won't stop. The knife puncturing is back. And finally, I mean no harm, but these last few years have me alarmed. If it's what I fear, then this nightmare will quickly lose its charm. Sickly bones, the tone of your diction created a home with too much friction. Fickle decisions, your best oppositions rooted in fiction. Cycle of behaviors, permanent conflictions, pull back visions of our addictions, insisting we're inflicting a healthy potion. Confucius slogan seldom spoken, left frozen from a family omen, chosen to leave my trust broken. Golden values with rust corrosion, I'm wondering if we still even know them. Let's express beyond our selfish views before they're gone. Bit off more than you could chew, now you're choking on your words, but I hope you pull through when your message is heard. Once you learn what it's like to earn, may I adjourn my new concern, or will you always be stuck this way? Life is a game with calculated plays. I miss your smile, made the worst day okay. The muscles still form, but the meaning slipped away, and it actually hurts more when we see happiness as a ghost. So please leave this masquerade and strip the cloak.
I don't know. It's just like I just can't even think. Nobody gives a fuck anymore, you know? I don't wanna leave you. I just want you to know. The stars will not deceive you if you follow their source. How did things get like this? We were as lost as the prophecies just to kiss. So I don't wanna leave you. I just want you to know. The stars will not deceive you if you follow their source. I think of how the hell things could change for the better, for the better. We were just trying to save the world for fame. We'll make it better, change it forever. Cause I don't wanna leave you. I just want you to know. The stars will not deceive you if you follow their soul. Dream of these galaxies, secrets of anatomy, astrology I'm imagining. Is it the truth or a fallacy? Reality or a fantasy? What's happening to our mentality? So can we please heal from the damaging? Making love under the apple trees. This is Adam, Eve, and Shiva Shakti. Krishna Rukmini, it's you and me. This is Adam, Eve, and Shiva Shakti. Krishna Rukmini, it's you and me. Pretty girl, I just wanna make a change for this heart in a world full of hate. Kill 'em with kindness, I fill 'em with lightness. I've been up and down, I've been spinning around. We can finish this life fulfilling divine bliss. I promise, I promise. Yeah, pinky promise, pinky promise. Yeah, na 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 na.
Where'd you go? I feel you in the air that I breathe. I feel you in the deep mystery. My heart, you gotta let me know. When they come for you, when they come for me. Where'd you go? I feel you in the air that I breathe. I feel you in the deep mystery. Gotta let me know. When they come for you, will they come for me? You are my galaxy. You are the mystery. Older than history. You shine like the sun. You are my galaxy. You are the mystery. Older than history. You shine like the sun. And I will swallow all the planets between us. You are my Venus. Where'd you go? I sense
sense you inside all that I see. I feel your loving warm energy. My heart, you gotta let me know when they come to you, will you sing with me? Where'd you go? I sense you inside all that I see. I feel your loving warm energy. My heart, you gotta let me know when they come to you, will you sing with me? You are my galaxy, you are the mystery, older than history. You shine like the sun. You are my galaxy, you are the mystery, older than history. You shine like the sun, and I will swallow all the planets between us. You are my Venus. Galaxy, you are the mystery, older than history. You shine like the sun. You are my galaxy, you are the mystery, older than history. You shine like the sun, and I will swallow all the planets between us. You are my Venus. You are my galaxy, you are the mystery, older than history. You shine like the sun. You are my galaxy, you are the mystery, older than history. You shine like the sun, and I will swallow all the planets between us. You are my Venus.
You're my other half. People say to this phrase, I say nay, nay, nay. We are together to make each other better. Hey, you are the icing on my complete cake. Life is sweeter with unequal give and take. Shake and bake, shake and bake. Hey, shake and bake, shake and bake. Hey, shake and bake, shake and bake. Hey, unequal give and take. Shake, 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 shake. Hey. Unequal give and take. Unequal give and take. You are my other whole. Loving from a full cup is my goal. We are together
Shina, shina wana, shina wana, shina wana, shina, shina wana, shina wana, shina wana.
The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like the swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good guy.
problems are actually out of our control. So we say, well, that's Wall Street's fault, or we can blame the government, or we can blame somebody else. But the real solutions, the real means of changing things that need to be changed, more often than not, start by changing who we are. There's something the world desperately needs right now. It needs people who are capable of thinking clearly and independently in order to see the world as it really is, not as someone told them it was. And secondly, it needs people who approach life with a sense of mission. A desire to actively change the world instead of waiting for someone to give them permission. Permission.
We have one more song until a talk with Tara Brach on the space of presence. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and enjoying Bring Me to Life Radio. I've enjoyed having Nico and Brandy tune in and dancing along with the music that we're playing. Appreciate it so much. So this is going to be the last song before the Awakening Talk, and it is Beatbox Love by the Infinite Brothers. Thanks for tuning in here to Bring Me Life Radio. And now enjoy this awakening talk.
I wanted to start tonight with a brief story. Given the time of year, one student fell into a cycle of classes of studying and working and sleeping and intense stress, and didn't realize how long he had neglected to write home until he received the following note. Dear son, your mother and I enjoyed your last letter. Of course, we were much younger then and more impressionable. Love, Dad. So I share that because for many of us, this is a season that feels like things are speeding up fast, that, we're kind of, everything's racing through school semesters, towards the holidays. So the currents of life are in full tilt, and it's not just students, as you know, it's parents getting their kids to school and so on. And I shared some months ago about one woman who described in her busyness, she was trying to get her daughter out of the house, and her daughter was trying to show her something, and every time her daughter would call her over, she'd say, well, just hang on a moment, I'll be there in a second. So finally her daughter came out of her room, and she was tired of waiting, and she said, hands on hips, why are you always so busy? What's your name? Is it President Obama or something? So she said she was called out by her 4-year-old. So I share this because along with the speediness is a perception, which is there's not enough time. And it's interesting to observe how often we are living with that perception, there's not enough time. And with that, there's this squeeze where we sense, and I don't have space in my life. I don't have space in my life. And the expression of it is there's an anxiety. I'm not going to be prepared. There's something around the corner that is going to be too much. I'm going to fall short. I won't get something critical done, So there's this sense that we're on our way somewhere else, and that what's right here is not the time that matters. We're kind of trying to get to the time that, we get things checked off the list. Then we can rest. Then, and as long as that's our mentality, we're really racing towards the end of our life. It becomes a real habit of being on our way and never discovering the space that is here. If we learn to stop, learn to slow down, learn to touch in. So I have always resonated with this description of Thomas Merton. He describes the rush and pressure of modern life as a form of contemporary violence. He says to be surrendering to too many demands and too many concerns is to succumb to this violence. And I often am just kind of one of the wake-ups is this in the Chinese script, how the word for busyness and the word for heart-killing are very similar in that script. Heart-killing meaning our hearts get squeezed. When we're not in that openness, we're not able to be in a resonant field with others. We get tight, we get small. So tonight I'd like to explore this. I'd like to explore how we can choose to pause and how we can discover and rediscover that space of presence that feels like it's not here. It feels like there is no space. But how when we can discover it, there's a radical shift in our experience of being alive. When we touch into that space, we access a wisdom and a love and a creativity that are not available when we're on our way somewhere else. For most of us, that takes a commitment because our patterning is really strong, and we'll explore a little bit about how come it's so strong to contract and be on our way. But I do find that when we hit a certain juncture and this kind of a wake-up, I have people that'll talk to me then about a kind of despair that they feel they have been skimming the surface. They've been so in the habit of being on their way somewhere that there hasn't been a real sense of arriving. There hasn't been a real sense of intimacy or contact or realness. And the regret, and I have described one woman who worked extensively in hospice, described the main regret that she encountered with people that were dying was, I wish I had had the courage to live a life true to myself, not according to the expectations of others. And I think that's really powerful, that we are so in the habit of being driven by certain expectations, ideas of how we should be, that we don't pause long enough to find out, well, what really matters? We don't arrive here. The other major finding she had in working with those that were dying was the regret, I wish I hadn't worked so hard. Yeah, they go together, hand in hand. So for some it may be the sense of, I have too much time on my hands, but either way, there's still a sense of something's missing in my life. I'm on my way to something else that hopefully will be better, but now's not the time. And for most of us, now's not the time because we have more to accomplish and more to do. We're not allowed to rest yet. So I read to you a poem that, in a way, I'll consider this as our metaphor for the evening. It's a poem I love by Judy Brown. It's called Fire. What makes a fire burn is space between the logs, a breathing space. Too much of a good thing, too many logs packed in too tight, can douse the flames almost as surely as a pail of water would. So building fires requires attention to the spaces in between, as much as to the wood. Building fires requires attention to the spaces in between, as much as to the wood. When we are able to build open spaces in the same way we have learned to pile on the logs, then we can come to see how it is fuel and the absence of fuel together that make fire possible. We only need to lay a log lightly from time to time. A fire grows simply because the space is there, with openings in which the flame that knows just how it wants to burn can find its way. What makes a fire burn is space between the logs, a breathing space. So this feels like beautiful advice to us, kind of an invitation to pause and to find the spaces in our life that allows spirit to shine through. And I then, ask myself and I ask all of us, so what stops us? What makes it so difficult? Because we know what happens when we're in a rush. When we're in that busy mode and feeling stressed, the hardest thing in the world is to stop. You stop at everything in your body and your mind is still like charging forward, trying to get to and finish things and check things off the list. And it's really physically uncomfortable to pause. Have you noticed that? Yeah. So what stops us is that we have behind the lines, always in some level, humming away in us an existential fear. There's some perception of our temporariness and some fear around what's around the corner is ultimately loss. Loss of our own bodies, loss of other bodies, loss of what we love. And that apprehension keeps us tense so that we spend many moments trying to defend against loss, trying to predict loss, in some way trying to occupy ourselves, because when we're not occupied, we have to face the rawness. So in this culture, it is pretty aggravated. We have what many have called a death-denying culture, where we are hell-bent on dominating nature and putting a stake in the earth saying, I exist, ideally forever. And we then try to kind of fight away any sense of vulnerability by continuing to grow and expand and spend more money and buy more and do more and consume more. It's an addiction. It's this constant expanding and just moving faster and faster and faster. In some way, if we move fast enough, we'll beat the shadow of death that we always sense over our left shoulder, as Don Juan, the shaman, says. So what our culture admires? It admires the kind of people that are busy and larger than life in some way, that stand out. So how we present ourselves to others, what we present is usually the doing self, the self that's out there doing things. I mean, how often have you been in some conversation, the basic inquiry is not the deep who are you, but what do you do? And that's what we present. Some of you might remember the story of this man that was driving in the backwoods of Montana, and he sees a sign saying, talking dog for sale. So he rings the bell, and the owner appears and tells him the dog's in the backyard. And the guy goes in the backyard. He sees a really nice-looking Labrador retriever just sitting there. You talk, he asks. Yep, the lab replies. After the guy recovers from the shock of hearing the dog talk, he says, so, what's your story? The lab looks up and says, well, I discovered I could talk when I was pretty young. I wanted to help the government, so I told the CIA. In no time at all, they had me jetting from country to country, sitting in rooms with spies and world leaders, and, because no one figured a dog would be eavesdropping. I was one of their most valuable spies for 8 years running, but the jetting around really tired me out. I knew I wasn't getting any younger, so I decided to settle down. I signed up for a job at the airport to do some undercover security, wandering near suspicious characters and listening in. I uncovered some incredible dealings, and, I was awarded a batch of medals. Got married, had a mess of puppies, and, now I'm just retired.
You are listening to The Space of Presence by Tara Brach here on Bring Me to Life Radio. But I wanted to take a moment to bring on another one of the workshop hosts from the Mad Tea Party Jam, and her name is Amber. Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Definitely grateful to have you here. So tell us a little bit about your workshop and what you plan on bringing to the festivities known as the Mad Tea Party Jam.
Well, so far I've got Friday morning at 11:35 a.m. I'll be doing a 7 chakras flow. So this is going to be a vinyasa sequence. I will move through. I'll start with an introduction to the chakras, just for people who may not know or never heard of chakras, don't know what they are. So from there, we'll move through each center of energy in the body. So we'll start from the root and go all the way up to the crown chakra. And I'm really excited about this one because I've put a lot of time and thought into this sequence. So we'll just move through that vinyasa flow, and then we'll end the practice with a nice guided meditation.
Cool. I'm all about meditation. If you know me, then I'm all about that. So I think that is really cool. Have you attended any of the Mad Tea parties before?
Yes, I believe I was there in 2015.
Okay, so I think it was the year before they moved to the Four Quarters Farm. So you haven't been to the new venue yet?
No, I haven't. I'm really excited.
Awesome. Yeah, I think You really love it. There's a really amazing stone circle that they had last year around the main stage, and they're just huge boulders that they had lit up in all different colors, and it's a really beautiful spot. So I think you'll really enjoy it.
Wow, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, and so tell us some of the things that you might be looking forward to this year.
Well, I'm really excited to check out the Art of Crafting Tea workshop. I'm going to give a little shout out there to one of my best girlfriends, Lauren Clark. She's going to be leading that workshop. I'm just really excited to see her in all her glory and learn how to craft some tea.
Cool, yeah.
Some acts I would be excited for. I'm really excited to see Big Something. They're playing three sets, I think. Big Something is a band from my home state, North Carolina, so it's going to be awesome to just see them in a different setting. I see them play here all the time. So seeing them in a different state, different venue, it's going to be really awesome.
Excellent. Well, definitely appreciate you signing up to do the workshop. And last year we had around 15 workshops, but this year we're going to have over 30 workshops. So really excited to have all of you guys doing what you're doing.
Yes, I'm so grateful. I am so inspired by, the whole music community. That's basically what brought me to yoga and flow arts in general. So it's really great feeling just to be able to give back into the community, however way I can. And that medium seems to be yoga. And I'll also be doing, hopefully, if the weather permits, a foot and floor hooping workshop. That will be Saturday at 3 p.m. I'm excited for that one as well.
Cool. Yes. Really, really cool that we're going to have a ton more flow workshops. We're going to have a ton more yoga workshops this year. So something that I think people were asking for, and boom, delivered.
Nice. Give the people what they want.
Exactly. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Amber, for being a guest here on Bring Me to Life Radio and talking about your workshop, and really looking forward to meeting you in person.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I cannot wait.
Awesome. Well, you have a great rest of your day.
Thanks. You do the same.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And there you have it. Another host doing a workshop at the Mad Tea Party Jam this year. So excited. So looking forward to it. It's going to be a great time. Hope you all can make it. And if you want to find out more information about the Mad Tea Party Jam, you can go to themadteapartyjam.com. So easy. Spelled exactly how it sounds. So now we're going to get back to this talk with Tara Brach. There's about 30 minutes left here on Bring Me to Life Radio. Thanks for tuning in. Kiss, kiss. Love, love to all of you.
We're afraid of many things. We live with fear, and we have a longing for feeling safe and feeling connection. We forget that others are living with that too. So I'm describing some of the ways that the kind of wake-ups. I think a really deep wake-up is that, and I have this happen a lot, people saying, I just, I'll do a metta or loving kindness practice or something. They'll say, I just feel like my heart is a chronically closed heart. I believe in love, but there's not a real visceral sense of aliveness in that. Just the way we talk about compassion, but how often does our heart really feel that tenderness of really caring? Many of you might remember the example of the Good Samaritan study at Princeton, which I think is so interesting that the seminarians were given two different possible stories to study. One was a Good Samaritan study and the other was a random Bible study. And the job was they were supposed to study and then go into another building and give a sermon on whatever they were studying. But on the way to the other building where they're supposed to give their sermon, they were going to pass in a person in a doorway who was moaning in distress. Now, the question for the study was, whether the seminarians would stop to help. And what they found out was that was determined by how much time they felt they had before they had to give a sermon. And for those that felt like they didn't have very much time before they were due to give the sermon, they went right by the guy moaning in distress. And it didn't matter that they were giving a sermon on the Good Samaritan story. I think that's really interesting. Our nervous system is deeply affected by a sense of not enough time. It sets off the sympathetic nervous system, fight, flight. And fight, flight, our hearts get tight. Our limbs get a lot of blood. We're meant to run and move and so on. It's not the time we feel compassion. My own story on that, I went last month to teach in California. And I was teaching a day-long on radical acceptance and the practices of compassion and mindfulness. And I was going out on a Friday, teaching all day Saturday, taking the red eye back, so I'd be back first thing Sunday morning because I was in the middle of a lot of busyness. So I took the flight out. My taxi driver was a man who couldn't speak much English, and I told him the place that I was going to, where the conference was, and a very well-known resort right outside of San Diego. But he looked kind of clueless. He didn't know where it was, and I got nervous, but he convinced me, I've got the GPS, I can do it. So we get in the cab. It's a 25-minute ride to get to this resort. About 45 minutes later, we were tooling around these business parks, and he was, just had no idea. And I finally suggested that it was probably the other side of the highway that we were on because the ocean was on the other side, and this I knew was on the ocean side. So he turns to go back the other way, but I realized that he turned onto the highway going against the traffic. So I see these lights, kind of whizzing by me, and then all of a sudden a light way up ahead changed, and they're all coming directly at us. And I said, you got to get off this. And he takes the steering wheel, and he yanks it, and we go over the median, which was a slanted, rocky median, bumping, down into the highway. Fortunately, there was nobody coming in the direction we were going. The car stabilizes, and about 5 minutes later, we land up at the hotel. So I was shaking really a lot. And so I got out of the car, got my stuff, and then I was about to go in the hotel, and he said, aren't you going to pay me? And I put my hand on his arm. I said, you have to understand, I can't pay you for that ride, And he very dejected kind of surrender because he kind of knew. So I went inside, and I went, got my room and went up to my room and sat for a bit. And as I sat, as things began to settle, I started including more and more of what was going on, upset, afraid, it was kind of traumatic. Started settling, and some space opened up, and all I could see was the look of dejection on his face. And this enormous remorse came up in me. And it didn't matter anymore that from most of the world's perspective, I was probably right, like it was fine not to pay. I mean, I could have been killed and not paid, and he wouldn't have gotten paid, but, But it didn't. None of that mattered, because when I was in fight flight, there was no question. It was like, I was completely cut off. He was not a human. He was just the guy that didn't know what he was doing and almost got me killed. But when I went upstairs and settled down, his dejected face was all that was there, and I wept, and I felt terrible. And I share this because, in a way, it happens a lot that we do things when there's not space, when we're in that kind of fight, flight, speediness. We say things and do things that we regret in our life. And it also happens that because we speed along in our life so much, that we don't do the things that at the end of our life, looking back, we wish we would have done, or we don't say the things to the people that are close to us that we wish we had said, like I love you, like you matter, like I see your goodness. So for me, this was yet another wake up. In some sense, it had to do with, when stress overrides space, because that's what it does. When we lose the space because we're stressed, we become a contracted, separate self. I'm separate, you're over there. Others are other, and they're unreal others. And in the moments that I said, no, of course I can't pay you, and I said it with such composure and matter of fact, and my tone was just right, he was still other. But it wasn't until there was space that he became real. And I could see how I was in a separate self spacesuit of the entitled, righteous person. And I don't say that with pride. It feels really painful. But that's what was there when there was no space. So the suffering of not having space and being stressed is that we lose sight of who we are. We lose sight of the love, the awareness, and the presence that's really our nature. And we live inside something smaller. And then our way of looking at each other is we see something smaller in others. So how do we wake up from that? This is the last part of the talk, which is really how do we start paying attention in a way that allows us to discover the spaces between the logs, so that really the flames, the flame of spirit can shine. And what we're doing here, this mindfulness training, where we notice what's happening in any moment that you notice what's happening. In that moment, you're no longer hitched to it. You're no longer identified. You, in that moment of, oh, fear, oh, obsessive thought or thinking, a squeeze in the chest. In the moment that you're aware, you become that awareness. You become that space that's larger than. So the meditation itself is the practice that wakes us up out of this sympathetic nervous system's kind of speediness. And what we find on a scientific level is that it mindfulness stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, which puts a brake on the sympathetic nervous system. That's what's happening on some biological level, but we can feel it when we start naming, oh, this is what's happening right now. There's more space. But it doesn't happen right away. If you stop in the midst of busyness and start naming what's there, first you'll come to a layer of raw, perhaps anxiety. Because what happens is we're coming from virtual reality, from the thoughts that keep on kind of firing up the engine, We're coming from the virtual reality of our thoughts into our body. So first we have to contact the fears we've been running from. That's the first layer usually. But if we stay, if you have the courage to keep staying with what's here, in the practice of staying, you discover the space of presence. That's the gift of practice. Now there are ways that we can directly pay attention that help to link us or connect us or open us to that spaciousness. And one of the example is the kind of meditation that I led tonight. And if you weren't here, if you're listening from podcast or watching the video, you can get that on my website, tarabrach.com. But that meditation on open awareness begins to bring the attention to space itself, to the space that's inside these bodies. It's this awake space that's aware of sensation, to the space that's around us, and to that continuity of space that's really the very nature of awareness, spaciousness. So there are a number of ways that you can pay attention in daily life, that you can pause and redirect your attention to contact space. And one of them is listening to sounds. If you just start listening to sounds, you'll sense the space they're happening in. Just listening. If you imagine and sense sky, that will connect you. Now, why do these things work? Because awareness is space, is openness. It's already here. These are ways of directing your attention to what is already here. Let's practice a little. It's the best way. Just, if you'd like to close your eyes, please do. Just let your attention collect a little bit, just feeling the breath so you know you're here. One of the key ways of discovering the natural openness of awareness is to wake up your senses. To come out of thought. Thought is always a contraction. When there's thoughts, the body is simultaneously in some way contracted. It might be subtle or it might be overt, depending on the content of the thought. The only way to be free of that contraction is to wake up out of thought. And you might listen to sounds. And as you listen, see if you can listen not just with your ears, but your whole awareness. Listen to the space in the room or whatever space you're in. Listen to more distant sounds. Sense what happens when the sounds just wash through you. With the same receptivity of listening. Just to open to and receive the sensations, this play of sensations. Absolutely no resistance. Just letting the whole universe of sensations wash through you. Sounds, sensations, feelings. Let everything happen without resistance. As you feel this aliveness and listen to this universe, a symphony of sound, just sense the space it's happening in. It's the space of your own awareness. Everything you're experiencing is happening in awareness, arising out of the space of awareness. The Tibetans teach in the following way. They say, utterly awake, senses wide open, utterly open, non-fixating awareness. Awareness is like a sunlit sky. The light is this wakefulness, this knowing moment to moment. And yet it can't be separated from the skylight quality of mind, this boundless openness that this life is playing in. So we can begin to train the mind to become familiar with openness by pausing and moving from thoughts to sensations. And you can do that in your formal practice of meditation and through the day. You can stop and just say, okay, let me get back into my senses. And I really invite you, as you explore this, maybe commit yourself to 3 times a day in the midst of some ordinary activity. And it might be getting the mail or washing the dishes or folding laundry, just to do what you're doing but completely experience it through your senses. Taking a shower through the senses. Step out of thought, and you'll find that you discover an openness in that presence as you contact the senses. Now sometimes you'll find that the mind is racing off and that you're in a reactivity, and your question will be then, well, how do I get back to some openness and presence then? And I want to share with you a story that one woman sent to me, emailed me. Her husband titled this Sacred Pause. She just titled it Dashing Dog, which you'll understand in a moment. She said her Sheltie has won 6 first prize ribbons in obedience and is a lovely dog, but when we go off to the off-leash park, it's a whole different story. If I'm not paying attention, he'll spot another dog across the field and go dashing after it. No amount of calling him will make him stop. We have coyotes in the area, so this is potentially dangerous behavior. What I find is that if I catch his attention in that split second between his ears going up when he sees the other dog and him starting his dash, I can say, Finn, stay. And his focus returns to the sights and smells right here at hand. And the same happens with me. If I'm paying attention, I can be aware of stimulus, and if I can be aware of the stimulus is about to trigger a strong reaction, and I can say, Janice, stay here, be here. And then this image of the dashing dog also helps me to see my own reactiveness in a kinder fashion, because even when Finn is running away in reactive mode, he's so darn cute when he's in full flight. So if I don't manage to catch myself in time, I can just bring myself back instead of feeling the need to reprimand myself. This is Janice Hurlburt. So she's describing how in between the stimulus and the reaction or the response, there is a space. And in that space is our power and our freedom. So when we're moving through the day, if we notice the reactivity is about to happen, pause. Say to yourself, whatever your name is, stay, come back, come here. Breathe, reopen your senses, because that will give you access to openness. So sacred pause. So we close with some of the blessings. What are the blessings of finding this space between the logs? What are the blessings? And one of the most clear ones is we can actually be happy. There's no real happiness when we're in pursuit. Even if we get what we think we wanted, the habit of pursuing the next thing or thinking something's missing will make it so that we can't enjoy what's here. Happiness comes from simple things. Have you noticed? And why is that? It's because it's not the thing, it's the quality of presence. When there's space, we can enjoy amazing, infinite variety of things. I find for myself, I used to have these really strong ideas about what seasons I liked and what visual kind of parts of nature and landscapes I liked and, favorite weather and so on. And because my meditation now is pretty much every day outside, unless it's very, very wet or very, very slippery, in which case I can still see the beauty in it, but I watch through a window. But what's happened is because I pause in midst of all these different conditions and get really present and open, it's so clear the beauty in all of them, in every infinite version of this natural world. So we start cultivating this capacity to love what is when there's that space in the moment. And what I mean by love what is, the coziness of our bed at nighttime. It might be the coolness of the air or the particularity of each person, just their particularness. We love it. We don't always like it, but we love it because there's that presence. I dream of a quiet man who explains nothing and defends nothing, but only knows where the rarest wildflowers are blooming, and who goes and finds that he is smiling, not by his own will. So one of the blessings is this happiness that becomes available to us. Another one of the blessings is that if we have space, then when we encounter the suffering that is in this world, we're there to respond. I think one of the biggest regrets many of us have is that we can kind of track the times that we've been with other people that are having a hard time, and in some way we know we were preoccupied. We just know it, already occupied. So our heart wasn't there to be touched. So one of the gifts of this practice of finding space between the logs is that in all those moments that we encounter that natural suffering in the world, there is a responsiveness, and it's very natural. That those folks about to do the Good Samaritan talk would have stopped, and I would have responded differently to that taxi driver. And how many examples do we have in our own life that are something like that teaching, to be kind, you have to swerve regularly from your path. To be kind, you have to swerve. We can't just keep going on a goal-oriented way. We have to swerve. When we have that space in our beings, then when there's something, a truth to stand up for, in terms of social activism, whether it's responding to some form of social injustice, or if we know it's our time to support Occupy movement, or in some way take a step for our environment, that tenderness of heart responds with a wisdom and an intelligence, not with an anger, not flailing our fists at the skies. It's with intelligence, with care. And when we have that space of presence and we're with others, the love is visceral. The love is real. And not only that, not only when we're with our child or our partner or our friend, it's not like we're skimming the surface anymore. These moments matter. How many times have we been on a phone call or met somebody for lunch or been in a situation where on some level we were on our way to the next thing? On some level we were protecting our time. We know that, right? When we have that space of presence, we not only sense our connection with other beings, we see past the mask, we sense a timeless kind of love. And I'll share a story that I was very moved by. This is Thich Nhat Hanh. He says, "The day my mother died, I wrote in my journal, a serious misfortune in my life has arrived. I suffered for more than 1 year after the passing away of my mother. But one night, in the highlands of Vietnam, I was sleeping in the hut in my hermitage. I dreamed of my mother. I saw myself sitting with her, and we were having a wonderful talk. She looked so young and beautiful, her hair flowing down. It was so pleasant to sit there and talk to her as if she had never died. When I woke up, it was about 2 a.m, and I felt very strongly I had never lost my mother. The impression that my mother was still with me was very clear. I understood then that the idea of having lost my mother was just an idea. It was obvious in that moment that my mother is always alive in me. I opened the door and went outside. The entire hillside was bathed in moonlight. It was a hill covered with tea plants, and my hut was set behind the temple halfway up. Walking slowly in the moonlight through the rows of tea plants, I noticed my mother was still with me. She was the moonlight caressing me as she had done so often, very tender, very sweet. Each time my feet touched the earth, I knew my mother was there with me. I knew this body was not mine alone, but a living continuation of my mother and my father and my grandparents and my great-grandparents, of all my ancestors. These feet that I saw as my feet were actually our feet. Together, my mother and I were leaving footprints in the damp soil. So this is about waking up out of the trance of time, that we're on our way somewhere, that we have something to lose, and opening into timeless presence. And in those moments, you can find those you thought you had lost are in your heart. They're always in your heart. In those moments, we can't lose. All we can do is arrive in that sacred presence and inhabit it fully. So the deepest way that this discovery of space frees us is that we're really discovering who we are. If you want to understand the nature of awareness, you'll keep on coming back to these two basic qualities, like the sunlit sky, of wakefulness, that you'll sense a wakefulness in your heart-mind, and space. There's room for this universe. This entire play of phenomena is arising out of that space, is known by that wakeful space. We come home to that inherent wakefulness and openness that's our true nature. So as I mentioned, it takes practice. It takes many, many rounds of pausing. It takes recognizing, oh, in my life, I've been piling on the wood too thick. That's simple. That if you leave here tonight, if you stop listening, if you're listening to, and you just in some way can see how the piling on of wood, the creating so much activity, and this mental activity, has not left the space that actually allows you to touch into freedom. That recognition will bring you to choosing to pause and to coming home again. So let's practice. Let's just quiet for a few moments together. And the invitation again is just to come into your senses. Inhabit your senses. So that you're truly occupying this moment. Listening. Listening and sensing the silence that's listening to sound. Sensing the aliveness of sensation. And sensing the stillness that's aware of this aliveness. Listening to this whole play of sound and sensation and feeling. Letting it be as big and full as it is. Utterly awake, senses wide open. Utterly open, non-fixating awareness. sensing this wakefulness and openness, this tenderness as your true home, your true nature. What makes a fire burn, this fire of spirit, is the space between the logs. May we pause in our lives. May we inhabit the spaces of presence that give rise to love, to creativity, to happiness, to freedom. May all beings be blessed to realize this freedom, this loving presence in the midst of their lives. Namaste.
Thank you all for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio. Look out for us on iHeartRadio starting in about 3 days. You can find us right now on iTunes and Stitcher, and of course Spreaker. Shout out to everyone who uses Spreaker. It's just been such a great day. Tomorrow and Saturday, Shannon and I will be at Delfest, which is a big festival around Cumberland, Maryland. So we'll be there, so we will not have any live shows Friday or Saturday. But we'll be back on June 1st. We'll be back with another Awakening afternoon, the afternoon show with Ashton and Selo. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your day. Much love. Selamon, signing out. Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.